around with. As always, if you want history and little stories that we've dug out of the world, if you go to the document, there's a lot of information buried in there where you can find all sorts of little tidbits about this world and different bits and interesting fun stuff. Multi-threaded Dwarf Fortress when? People are going to stop asking that question when, as if I have answers to that question. I mean, it's okay. People will realize one day just how silly that asking me that question is. Because what do I know? What do I know, my dudes? Nothing. That's what I know. I'm amazed that they let me embark there. I guess it's all but one tile. Mountain. I mean, technically Dwarf Fortress is multi-threaded because the graphics run on a different thread. The UI runs on a different thread than the actual game itself. So technically it is multi-threaded. But I don't know. It's just asking me those questions even as a joke is just kind of a, well, I don't know. What do you really want me to say here, you know? What do you really want me to say? All right. Because they just don't need more. I think people scream about Dwarf Fortress being poorly optimized because it's a meme, not because they actually think about what they're talking about. That's my experience, anyway. Especially when we're talking about software that doesn't run in, Unity and started its development in 2003. Like that's, Dwarf Fortress is almost 2 million lines of code. But yeah, I think this is kind of the area that we're going to embark to. So this area is kind of weird. There's no elves. It's just humans, gobs, and dwarves. The other faction that's mainly populating this area are these guys, which are a very high population of goblins, but primarily dwarves. We're at war with them, and they're also at war with each other. They're in a complete civil war. So most of the destroyed forts in this region are all belonging to the Moral Paddle. The Scalded Books are a faction of mostly dwarves that is living in this same region. There's quite a few necromancers and like pretty evil types that are part of this faction, including like one of our past queens. Her symbol was a dwarf bone skull helm, which is kind of awesome. What's the easiest way to change dwarf jobs? Give the dwarf a different job. How else do you want me to answer that question? What DF really needs is a smarter system which checks only stuff that needs something happening. For better pathfinding algorithm, wouldn't get too hopeful about that anytime soon. When people ask me or are sarcastic about multi-threading in DF, I just want to time them out because it's like I don't have an answer for you. and I'm tired of hearing about it. Like literally that's all it is. I want the conversation to end whenever the subject comes up because it's like there's nothing I can do. Tarn is improving the game's performance with every single release. And I don't know what more you want. I mean, it's fine. Like you're just making a joke, right? But it's the game's performance improves with every update. We're not getting multi-threading. If you don't like it, don't play the game. And that's kind of all I have to say about that. It's like, it's just like the people who are just like, do you have any tidbits on when it's being released? It's like, well, it's released when it's done. This is how everything with DF works. You know, it's done when it's done. It's released when it's done. Like with Dwarf Fortress Steam release, it's gonna just be we have 3 weeks and then it's out, right? Like it's not going to be a long-term thing, right? Dwarf Fortress is just like that, right? And you either play... I guess the way I see Dwarf Fortress is this. You either play it the way it is, or you play something else. And if you're complaining, you're playing the wrong game. That's kind of how I see Dwarf Fortress. I play Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing else like it. Not because it's perfect. And I don't want it to be perfect. If I wanted it to be perfect, I would go play something else. You know, if I wanted games to be perfect, I would just, play Abzu again. But we're embarking here. We got deep metals, clay, and we're on the side of a mountain peak, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun. But yeah, no, it's nothing that you did. Like, you're totally fine. Like, I didn't time you out, but like that is my knee-jerk reaction because it would be like playing it's kind of like playing StarCraft and just complaining that they don't remove Zerg. You know, like Zerg's overpowered. They should remove Zerg. It's no longer that game if they did that. That's kind of how I feel about when people are just like, Dwarf Fortress needs multi-threading. It's like, well, Dwarf Fortress runs on everything, right? Why people not being able to run Crisis was cool, but not being able to run DF is bad. But you can run DF. That's the thing. Dwarf Fortress runs on anything. You know, talk to El Naso when he was running this game on a fucking netbook. Like, yeah, he had 20 dwarves. Yeah, the map was tiny, but he was still having a great time playing Dwarf Fortress. You know, like, this game will run on anything. Does it run particularly well on anything? No, but it runs on everything. Yeah, you can get it to work on a phone if you really want to set your phone on fire. Well, not really. I mean, like, DF Remote's a thing, you know? It's like, Dwarf Fortress is... Like, running Dwarf Fortress isn't a problem. Not being able to run Dwarf Fortress is a meme. It's not as malleable as OpenXCOM, but yes. It's just like Dwarf Fortress is a really easy game, but Dwarf Fortress being impossible to learn is a meme. And the meme scares people away. You know, like, the stupid fucking memes of this game brings quantum computers to their knees is like, okay, well, that's just bloody stupid. Like, that's okay, number one, Dwarf Fortress doesn't run on a quantum computer. First thing. Second thing, unless somebody ported one. I don't think they've done that. But yeah, first off, Dwarf Fortress doesn't run on a quantum computer. Second, like, it runs just fine on computers. And you know what's even weirder? It's a little bit smaller than Call of Duty. That game actually wouldn't run on my computer. Up until recently, because up until recently, I didn't have enough hard drive space. The game where you need one bridge and a 3x3 patch of plump helmets. You never need food. And so are the memes about Dwarf Fortress not being able to run DF. It's less of a can it run DF and more of a can it generate a 1,000-year-old world in 4 hours. It's not that it requires... And the problem, Scoobery Doobery, is a lot of people who try to run DF... also, I like your name. It's a fun name to say. The problem is a lot of people who try to run DF want, like, 300 dwarves. And they run it at 60 frames or uncapped frames, which also hurts your frames. and they play on a very big embark, and they get that warning, and they click through it anyway because they want the big map. That's like, I was watching somebody stream Dwarf Fortress who had like 3 people watching a couple months ago. Game was running like ass. Okay, like it was literally like an ass on sandpaper doing a shuffle. That's how slow the game was running. It was like and scarring itself along the way. Like it was maybe 4 frames a second. It was bitching and moaning. And then I saw him hit the Z menu. You know how many dwarves he had? 450. That game was running real well. Okay, you had 450 dwarves. I'm shocked the game was running, let alone well. Like, I'm amazed he had 4 frames a second. 450. And his cap was set to 500. No wonder your game's running like shit. Jeez. Turn your cap down. Yes, sociopath. For reference, to anybody who doesn't play Dwarf Fortress is like kind of designed to have about 120 tops. Like tops. You're not really supposed to go above that. You can, you shouldn't, but you can. It's sort of like the time that I watched Cupo spawn in 1,000 goblins to come kill him, and it took them 40 minutes to get like across the map. How many invasions was he fighting off? He wasn't fighting off invasions, right? Because you can just adjust your dwarf cap in the INI files. So by default, the game will stop letting you have more dwarves at 200, and they will have up to 220 with babies. So if your dwarves have babies, they will have up to 220. But the hard cap is 220, the soft cap is 200 by default. He clearly turned his cap up to 500 because he's like, I have a good computer, that's cool. Well, think about it this way, Norstat, right? RimWorld is designed to work with 15 people, and if you have like 40, it runs like shit, right? 120 is the sweet spot. For me personally, I'd say about 160 is the sweet spot, unless you want to dig into your settings a little more. It won't run as well as you think. Someone did that recently in this chat, and it ran like shit. So, I mean, you could run it on your rack server, but I will just be honest with you, it's not going to be that good. So I have an idea for the name of this fort. Deepmine. Deepmine. Tholo of us. Deepmine. The last fortress that we did in this world was a glassmaker's fortress. This one is going to be a forge. I just want to build a really big forge. I mean, Song of Six is like the one thing Song of Six does. Like the whole shtick of Song of Six is you can have thousands of characters, right? Song of Six is a lot more like Factorio in the way it's designed. There's very little in the way of physics going on. There's very little in the way of individual items being tracked. There's very little in that sense, but the game is more of a giant particle effect of different characters running around, right? And they all have goals. They don't really, and they all have needs, but they don't learn. They are not super individual as characters. They're more just like stats in a spreadsheet versus individual characters that are kind of acting independently. Does that make sense, Nanochip? So a game like Songs of Six is less of a Dwarf Fortress type of game and more of a Sim City type of game. You know, like Cities Skylines can have tens of thousands of characters on screen before the game starts to lag. Song of Six is kind of like that. Song of Six is kind of a unique thing, which is one of the reasons why I actually really like Songs of Six, is because it is something kind of different. Dwarves are complicated is an understatement, Stone. Like, dwarves are very actively and heavily processed little characters that are all very unique, which is why Dwarf Fortress... Well, also, like, Dwarf Fortress keeps track of every single individual log, you know? Like, I think Tarn said it best the last time I talked to him. You know, people who are playing Dwarf Fortress aren't playing it because it's a perfectly optimized game. We're playing Dwarf Fortress because it's unique. And that's why people play RimWorld. They're not playing RimWorld because it's a perfectly balanced, perfectly optimized game. They're playing it because it's unique. People aren't playing Crusader Kings because it's perfect. They're playing Crusader Kings because there's nothing else like it, right? And there's not a lot of developers and studios out there like that. You know, there's thousands of platformers like Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy is a very good platformer, but there's a lot of platformers like Super Meat Boy. People don't play Super Meat Boy because it's unique. They play it because it's a very good platformer. Dwarf Fortress certainly could be better in a lot of ways. It isn't perfect, but it's unique. So we play it. I don't know if that makes any sense, but now I need a group name for this. Ooh, you know what? I like that. The Speechless Barricade. Because we're going to have a blockade of hell. So we are Deepmine of the Speechless Barricade. By the way, I am highlighting screenshots. So as things go, just like previous weeks, I will be taking screenshots and building up this little screenshot doc as things go. Also, if you want to copy the docs and save them, you're more than welcome to. So yeah, we're going to go with the Speechless Barricade. Now I need to design us a symbol. The Boulder of Fountains. How about the Boulder of Heat? The Boulder of Heat. I was trying to think, Skipperdoodles, how to say land backwards. It's like, no, but it just doesn't work. Hey, Cursed, what's up, dude? Long time no see. Abby Baker's The Bad Bad Cat Dance of Phlegm. Of Phlegm? That was the name of your fortress or the name of your government? I mean, you could also name your fortress or government or image Balls, the ballsy balls of balls. Or Bulbous Sore is one of my favorites. Bulbous Sore. Totally unique. No one's come up with that one before. Definitely never been thought of or done before, you know? What, balls, the ballsy balls? Or Bulbous Sore? You know, you should call it balls, the bulbous sore. That's what you should call it. The main way in which DF is not perfect is the fact that right now it doesn't have a graceful or sometimes any way to warn players that they're doing what they're doing will hurt the performance. Yes. Well, actually, that's not totally true, Tygo. When you embark on a bigger plot of land, it straight up says, hey, don't do this. Also, if you're experiencing lag, embark on somewhere smaller. So it does do that. But in the INI files, yeah, it doesn't do that. Like, I actually does it? I don't think that there's any sort of warning. I'm gonna go look. I don't want to be wrong. Data. I'm just scrolling down the init file. I need to sneeze. I did the sneeze. All right, I'm still scrolling. This allows the number of babies and children in the fortress to the maximum number of population in the fortress. Keep in mind that your population must be at least 80 to have a king and 100 to obtain... at least 80 to get a king and 100 to obtain the current game features. Strict caps, also births. Violated in a few special cases. Arrival of the monarch if you qualify. This allows you to control the number of babies and children. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about frame rate. Right here. This is the block of text that talks about what population cap does, right? And then this is the population setting. But it doesn't say anything about frame rate up here. Haven't had... work's kept you busy? I've seen you in the YouTube comments a couple times. Nice to see you swing by. So yeah, no, there is nothing about there is nothing about that, which is kind of unfortunate, I guess, but I've actually had a few people cursed recently who used to watch the stream all the time who are just like, I watch your stuff on YouTube now, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. Um, which is awesome, but also is kind of like, I miss seeing you in chat though. So it's like, just pop in and say hi once a week or something. I don't know. Like if you even if you can't watch the streams, it's like if you watch on YouTube every now and again, just pop in and say hello. And if you're used to watching the YouTube channel and you've worked your way over to the Twitch stream, that's even cooler. You've had cases with weird pathfinding glitches, you know, where that's hammered the frame rate. The weirdest pathfinding glitch I get is if you turn on a burrow. Sometimes dwarves that were pathing in a different direction or to a location will get stuck and they won't be able to move, and then they'll just starve to death. I've had that happen. I noticed that the most actually with livestock with burrows. If you set a burrow and your livestock, and there's livestock in a grazing zone, sometimes they will just stand stationary and eat all the grass underneath their feet and then die. Even if though there's grass like a foot to the right, they can't go there and graze. I've seen that happen a lot. But yeah, no, there's definitely some weird pathfinding glitches. But closing and unlocking doors, I just never lock doors because of pathfinding, because like the number of times stuff gets stuck because of pathfinding is like frequent. But I guess my biggest worry is that about the Steam version specifically is sorry in advance, Stone. The stones are melting. I think that there's going to be some people who are going to pick up the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress and go, man, this feels underdeveloped, or this feels clunky compared to normal games that people are used to playing. Because that's very much, ooh, I've got a better idea. Oh, I wanted just a fireman. Oh, there we go. There's a fireman. Fireman. This is an image of stones, dwarves, and a fireman. The stones are melting. The fireman is surrounded by the stones. The dwarves is fighting with the firesmans. Stones is like, no, my people. I also feel that people continue dismissing warnings because the game is old, thinking that, yeah, that's something that I really hate as well. It's like, oh, game looks old, thus game should run well. You got to type the exclamation point invest, Lake Bear. So invest the number. There you go. You got it. It's good to see you, by the way, Lake Bear. So yeah, that's kind of like, I don't know. There's just a lot of weirdness around that stuff. There's a lot of weirdness, and there's a lot of like people's assumptions, which I think are very silly. But over in the document in the back end, we've got whoopsies. We've got these three things screenshotted. This is all the way up on week 16 here. And as far as like how long do we want this fortress to go on, or this world, I'll probably keep playing on this world for a good while. There's enough different factions and enough different parts of this world and enough fun stuff going on that I have a feeling that I will personally be entertained by this world for a while. I don't know about you guys, but A lot of roguelikes are actually pretty performance intensive despite looking like a MS-DOS application. Yeah, there's also that, right? Like a lot of roguelikes are resource intensive, but like the kind of crappy part about a lot of roguelikes being resource intensive, the kind of crappy part is a lot of people don't call roguelikes roguelikes. So when you say a lot of roguelikes are very resource intensive despite looking like DOS applications, and then people will say, what are you talking about? Hades runs fine, you know? And that just kind of sucks. That part kind of blows, man. Let's do items first. I think I'm going to give every dwarf a pick. Although that's like all of my points, which is fine. That's almost all of my points. The problem with this faction is they don't have access to iron. I've never written a DOS app because I have never written a piece of programming. Well, that's not true. I used to write software in NQC, which is not quite C, and I did some stuff in HTML3. None of that new fancy HTML shit. And NQC was specifically a format for writing code for Lego Mindstorms. Like Lego Mindstorms 2000, the original stuff. And the reason we did that was because you could do more with Mindstorms than you could with their GUI interface. So we went underneath that and used NQC, which was a programming language that a friend of my dad mostly came up with, designed himself, specifically for Lego Mindstorms. So that's my experience with programming. Very extensive programming experience. Not at all. All right, so we'll bring 7 picks because every dwarf is going to be a miner. And then I think we'll just go super simple on this. I'm not going to bring any animals with us because they are a liability. We'll bring a lot of ale, and that's basically it. So I need 7 dwarves, chat. Raise your hand if you'd like to be a dwarf. First 7 I see, we'll get them. No requirements. Just raise your hand. Hey, Oafsalot. Hope you're doing well. All right, one more. What was the last one? Anybody? Mobius. There you go. Done. Sorry, Cusslord. We can get you in a migrant wave, though. There will be migrants. There will be migrants. There will be more. I will screenshot these before I forget. And then we will jump in. Just because I like to know who the original 7 are. All right, so Socks is 68, almost 69 years old, born on the 5th of Timber in the year 318. Always deal fairly, he says. He is tall and fat, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. He has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed, and he has a medium-length beard that is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is braided, and his nose bridge is very convex. He has a broad chin, and his gold eyes are slightly protruding. His nose is slightly hooked, his ears are somewhat tall, his hair is flax, and his skin is dark peach. He personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, respects perseverance, and values hard work. He dreams of crafting a great work of art. He is made deeply uncomfortable by difference in culture or appearance, and finds humor in most situations. He is very greedy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is quite polite. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He gets easily distracted during conversations. When he's annoyed, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. It's okay. You'll get completely cave adapted in this form. Tygos. She is 72 years old, born on the 3rd of Hematite in the year 314. In the year pi. You should always tell the truth, she says. She is tall and belarded, with great hanging sacks of fat. I'm very sorry. I always feel like I'm insulting the viewer when I read that. She is has a very broad chin, and her teeth are gaped. Her nose bridge is convex, and her head is narrow. Her gold eyes are slightly protruding, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is flax, and her medium-length hair is braided. Her skin is dark peach. Belarded. Is belarded a made-up word? I mean, I believe it. She personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. Whoa, okay. Personally, rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and enjoys being in crowds. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She doesn't focus on material goods and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she is stubborn. She has a sense of duty, and she tends to fall in love and develop positive feelings. She is often cheerful, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself. She exhales sharply when she's angry, and she always snaps her fingers when she's greeting somebody. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Next one is Nano, who is 62 years old. He is lanky, and his teeth are widely spaced. I try to live and behave properly, he says. He has a very broad chin, and his somewhat tall ears are very splayed out. His nose bridge is convex, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length beard is braided. His hair is clean-shaven, and his slightly protruding gold eyes are round. His lips are thin, and his somewhat broad nose is slightly hooked. His hair is flax, and his skin is dark peach. Belarded isn't a real word. Huh. Well, all right then. Chad, has Dwarf Fortress taught you any words that you'd never heard before? Because, the one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head that Dwarf Fortress has introduced me to. Yes, and you read Lovecraft? Really? You didn't know what potash was? I knew what potash was. Quad has? Yeah. I'm trying to think. What are words that Dwarf Fortress has taught me? Because, like, I know that there are a few. I'll mention it when I see them. He exhibits refined politeness and is determined to keeping the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum. I guess like words like etiquette and decorum, I'm just not used to seeing. There's a lot of words in DF that I'm not used to reading. Oh, it taught me how to pronounce nice. That's what DF taught me. It taught me how to pronounce nice in the form of a rock pun. Needs coffee to get through the working day to the individual humans. Well, I don't think you can make coffee in Dwarf Fortress. Hey, stupid. What's up? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, exactly. See, like, Dwarf Fortress taught me about nice. Guinness. He is a friendly individual, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't handle stress well, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, doesn't hold on to grievances, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to move his hands move frantically when he's trying to remember something, and he commonly winks as a form of greeting. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Stone is 63 years old, born in the 9th of Slate in the year 323. My goals are important to me, he says. He has loaded a tall body with incredible muscles. Stone, you're ripped. Stone has stones, if you know what I'm saying. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his hair is arranged in double braids. His teeth are gaped, and his nose bridge is convex. His gold eyes are slightly protruding, and his hair is flax, and his skin is dark peach. He personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, greatly respects individuals who persevere through their trials and labors, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, but dreams of raising a family. He is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place, and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions. Oh, I know a word that Dwarf Fortress taught me about. Indefatigable. That's a word that Dwarf Fortress taught me about. Indefatigable. If that's even how you fucking pronounce it. I'm going to tell you the thing that I tell people all the time. Regardless of how you pronounce it, if you give me a phonetical pronunciation, I cannot pronounce it. Like, that is not helpful at all. I say it the way that I've heard other people say it, which is indefatigable. Or indefatigable, which just doesn't sound right in my brain, so I say indefatigable. But yeah, anyway, but phonetic, my brain just doesn't understand what like phonetic pronunciations are. Like, if you give me a dictionary, I'll never figure out how to say any of those stupid words. I need to hear somebody say it. Anyway, where was I? He is slow to anger, and he tends to consider the ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He tends to he prefers that everybody lives as harmoniously as possible, and is quite ambitious. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. I have a feeling Stone's going to be our expedition leader. He is particularly interested in what others think of him, and becomes rigid when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Indefatigable? Indefatigable. That's a word that DF taught me. In the Camelot song, I've seen that movie once, maybe 18 years ago. So it's been a minute since I've seen Monty Python on the Holy. I should really rewatch that stupid. I've seen bits and pieces of it since, but I haven't seen it end to end in maybe 18 years, give or take. Ulfsalot is 64 years old, born on the 9th of Sandstone in the year 322. He says, try to keep an open mind. He is thin and very muscular. His hair is straight. His medium-length sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his beard is braided. His very long hair is braided, and his teeth are widely spaced. His nose bridge is convex, and his lips are very thin. His head is somewhat narrow, and his gold eyes are slightly protruding. His nose is slightly hooked, and his hair is flax, and his skin is dark peach. I mean, I've got lots of movies that I've seen a bajillion times, but like I would not remember one line from a specific song. I mean, I'll tell you this, right? And this is kind of just my take on Monty Python. Holy Grail is not like the Monty Python movies are not my favorite Monty Python movies. My favorite Monty Python movie is A Fish Called Wanda. It's not technically a Monty Python movie, but it has most of them in it. At least all the ones that matter. So that's like the movie with Monty Python people in it that I've seen a bajillion times is A Fish Called Wanda. Solid movie. Yeah, no, Fish Called Wanda is hilarious. Fish Called Wanda is up there with some of the funniest scenes I've just ever seen in a movie. Just driving off into the sunset. asshole. Anyway, I should be reading this dwarf. He is, sorry, by the way, Oafsalot, about what I'm about to say about you. He is a nervous wreck and prefers to present himself modestly. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, since he values friendship. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He doesn't seek out excitement and tends to avoid crowds. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Well, that wasn't as bad. It just started off bad with the nervous wreck bit. I was expecting to just like read an awful description for a dwarf. The next one is Scoobery. He is 68, almost 69 years old, born in the year 318. Oh, I'm nothing special, he says. His sideburns are clean-shaven, his long mustache is neatly combed, he has a long beard, which is arranged in double braids, his very long hair is braided, his teeth are gaped, and his somewhat tall ears are somewhat narrow, his hair is flax, his skin is dark peach, and his eyes are gold. He's not tall or lanky like all the other dwarves. Interesting. He is very trusting, and he very rarely is moved by curiosity. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is put off by family, and finds leisure time to be wasteful, and doesn't care about friendship, generally, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Okay, hold on a second. The fuck's wrong with you? I don't like anything. This is basically you. He doesn't easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He's very humble and is often fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is assertive. He sometimes likes to take a deep breath, but when he's surprised, and he starts to mutter under his breath when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. This dwarf is just like, I don't care about anything. And also, it's raining on me. Blah. Mobius is the final dwarf that I have to read the description of, and he says I'm doing all right. He is 80 years old, born on the 7th of Hematite in the year 306. His sideburns are clean-shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is braided. His very long hair is braided and he is tall. His nose bridge is convex and he has a broad chin. His hair is flax and his dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. His nose is somewhat long. He personally views cooperation as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect. Sees friendship as important. Dreams of raising a family. Brilliant. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and is quite ambitious, generally finds himself hopeful about the future, and is swayed by the emotions of others. He is quick to anger, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to hang on to grievances and is curious and eager to learn. He finds helping others to be absolutely emotionally rewarding. His tongue sticks out when he's trying to remember something, so you mlem, is what you're saying. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. I don't think he's a very good friend. Cooperation, bad. Friendship, good. I have friend, and I make them do the thing for me, and I don't help. Smile. This is what that dwarf's basically saying, I think. Or at least that's how I read it. Yeah. There's a lot of conflicted dwarves in here. Like, very heavily conflicted dwarves. Very, very, very heavily conflicted dwarves. Works alone. Oh yeah, true. Like, hangs out with friends at the bar, but goes to mine in the pit by himself. Maybe that's what he means. It's like, you know, this is the dwarf that dies alone for giant cave spider because he's casually gathering silk way off at the far end of the cavern layer while everybody else is, you know, sticking close to the exit. You know, like, this is the dwarf that is fishing by himself and gets killed by the giant tick in the Untamed Wilds biome. That's the kind of dwarf that Mobius is, you know. All right, so I think that's everything. So let's build some Deepmine. Oh, also, one other thing I gotta do. Gotta go back to the overview. Go week 16. Lava layer fort. Deep mine. And strike something that's looks like Earth. He would do the whole group project by himself. Yeah, like in school, he's like given like he has to do like a science. He has to build like a volcano that erupts, and just tells all of his friends to stay home and play D&D or whatever, and he goes and does that himself. You know, like working in a group, but you like friend. Fair. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kudisht Thaikut. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the ravaged soldiers get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Follow Vuz. Deepmine. Strike the earth. I just need to respond to a DM. And Scoobery Doobery, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the dwarfs and the stupid skulls and stuff. Striking something. Subscoopchin. Subscooptin? Subscoops. Some scoops in. Strike the earth. Ravaged soldiers aren't too scary, so we should be fine. Ooh. Ooh, look at all this. White sand. This is a bright, this is a bright mountain. What's that? Silty clay. Okay. A little bit of clay. Wow, this is actually kind of big. Bigger than I thought it was. So we're like in this valley. Okay. I think we can make this work. Got some screenshots to take. Actually, Scoobery is the expedition leader. He's the one who is put off by family, finds leisure time wasteful, doesn't care about friendship, doesn't particularly value craftsmanship, and doesn't really value merrymaking. I hate everything, the dwarf. He's granite. I mean, he takes his friends for granted. We know that much. And yes, of course, we let that dwarf be in charge. That dwarf's like sounds like meh. It's like meh incarnate. That dwarf is just meh incarnate. Like that dwarf doesn't care about anyone or anything or anybody. Doesn't need anyone, anything, or anybody. It's just yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. How's things? Yeah. Do you have any friends? Yeah. The dwarf. God, that dwarf. But granite, I mean, I'll bet you. You know, actually, hold on. Do you like granite? I didn't read your likes and dislikes. Oh, yeah, no, likes granite. Steel, rose quartz, water buffalo horn, greaves, barrels, and menacing spikes. And geese for their formation flying. And thrush monsters for their horrifying feature. Okay, chat, so I'm going to level you with you for a second. I have about 5,000 ores in Dwarf Fortress. What the fuck is a thrush monster? Like, BRB, going to the DF wiki. What the hell's a thrush monster? Thrush monster. Thrush monster. It's not in the wiki. Thrush is a skin condition? Yeah, there's nothing in the wiki about thrush monsters. Like, I'm literally looking at the DF wiki. There's nothing about this here. Hmm. Weird. Maybe it's a Forgotten Beast. I don't think it's possible for them to like a specific Forgotten Beast like that. Once again, our fortress is... I'm just gonna grab a little X. Just let me know. Previous fortresses that we've done in this area. See if I can actually find them. I want to say it was up this side. That was one that we raided, but Heat Falls. Not us, but we're at war with them. I did raid them. Where was actually the last fort I did? It was around here somewhere. Manor Pleats. Diamond Cheese. That was a fortress I did. That was a me fort. Diamond Cheese. That was the cheese fort of the Chance of Pigs, where we just had 1 billion pigs and made a lot of pig cheese. I don't know what a thrush monster is. No, I do not. And there's also nothing in the wiki about it. Where was the other one that I had? Where did I put it? Where did I put that other fort? Oh, right. It's right underneath this temple. There's, of course, also this Fortress of Hope Handles, which is the biggest fortress of the Moral Paddle, who we are also at war with. Because they're a dwarven fort. They're a dwarven fort that we're at war with. Just a big angry bird. Then why is there nothing in the wiki about it? That's what I'm more perplexed by, is that there's nothing in the wiki about it. Or demon type? Oh yeah, perhaps it's a type of demon. Oh, that's probably what it is. We probably have a type of demon just called a thrush monster. Right? Because you can have like fire monsters and steam monsters, and that's probably what it is, actually. So something that we didn't look at all before was deities. Sox worships a Zuglar, the Carillion. Deity of the Scalded Books takes the form of a female pixie and is associated with coasts, lakes, rivers, jewels, and wealth. It sounds like a god my little sister would have worshipped when she was 6. You worship a pixie. Also, we have a pixie god. Must be a monstrous thrush. That's kind of weird, but also kind of cool. It's like, I know what a thrush is. I know the type of bird of a thrush. Like it's more of the subspecies of bird called thrushes, right? I'm familiar with those. I've just never seen a thrush monster in DF before. Specifically, those two words together, thrush monster. I've never seen those two. So that's more. It's specifically the thrush plus monster thing that was throwing me off. Let's check another dwarf. What god does Taiga worship? Detan. The Cobalt Gems of Mines is a deity of the Scalded Books, takes the form of a female dwarf, and is associated with metals and minerals. Very dwarfy god. What does Nano worship? Anriz is a deity of the Scalded Books, takes the form of a male dwarf, and is associated with the sky. Also pretty dwarfy god, also kind of boring. Stone also worships the Detan, the deity of metals and mines. Oafs worships Trist, the Girlish, takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with labor, crafts, creation, rebirth, and death. A very dwarfy god. I like that one. Scoobery worships Kurlig Baston Fortress, which takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with fortresses. So you worship the deity of fortresses. Fair. And Mobius worships Detan, the deity of metals and minerals. Probably the most popular god in this fortress. we're going to begin this by doing this. So like I've said a couple times, we are building a deep fort under the name of Deepmine. So it's actually going to kind of take us a little bit to do this. But in order to do this, I kind of, you know, want things to like look decent. So I'm going to do a little bit of digging before we start digging down. But we're going to need to swing by some cavern layers somewhere and pick up some wood for beds somewhere because we don't have any of that. But there go the dwarves. I mean, we have robins over here. And they be Robin Olio change out of your pocket. That sentence totally made sense. For sure. Def. I don't have American robins here. I have Canadian robins. Get it right, please. It's just like we don't have American geese. We have Canadian geese. They'll figure out how to mine pretty quick. They'll be really slow off the start, but they'll figure it out. Yes, but saying that a Canadian is an American is like the equivalent of calling somebody from New Zealand an Aussie. And you want to know how to get your nose broken really fast? Is call somebody from New Zealand an Aussie. It's like telling Stone that he's from Scotland because they're both part of the UK. You don't do that. You do not do that. No, American ones have rockets and carry submachine guns. That's the detail that you're missing there. And usually come equipped with 3 rounds of ammo and scream, "Get to the chopper!" really loudly. Which is funny because he's Austrian. This is a really shallow map. It's only 92 Z levels. Holy shit. This is going to make my life real easy. Excellent. Let's go down to layer 70. See what we hit. So much for deep mine. I mean, it'll be a deep mine. It just won't be a super deep mine. Map depth was variable. It depends on your relation to sea level. Relatively deep mine. Kind of deep mine. Kind of deep, in quotes, mine. But yes, I will be sarcastic about Canada not being America, and don't call Canada American, and don't call things in Canada North American, because I know a lot of Canadians that will get very mad, myself included, if you call me American. It's very culturally insulting. Well, that was quick. We've discovered the first cavern deep underground. First layer. It's very wet down here. You'll float too. All right, well, let's pause. Whoa! That scared me. Whew. That just gave me a minor heart attack and a half. Thank you very much. Seriously, Brahms, for that tier 1 subscription for 10 months. Thanks for sticking around. It's good to have you. Cheers. Thanks for helping me pay bills. I saw a line of text I wanted to keep reading. Every time you tell people from the US you're Canadian, they act like you're some mythical creature. I mean, my favorite thing is like, but Canada's in North America. It's like that okay. So you're gonna tell somebody from the Australian continent that they're from Australia because they're in that continent. It's very, very, very insulting. It's like, hey, you're part of this country that you are not a fan of politically, and are thus directly associated with them forever because, well, you happen to be on the same landmass, and those assholes decided to name their country after the landmass. Oh yeah, if you call a Mexican an American, whoo, whoo, whoo. You want to get shot into the sun. That's a real good way to do that. Yeah, try calling a Dana Suede.
And
yeah.
I.
That's the first bit of like since Monday. Since Tuesday. Thank you for the dollar, H2O. Cheers. And you hate being... So then what do you like being called, Cursed? Genuine question. What's the best way to start playing DF without experience? Start playing DF and ask questions when you run into problems. Join a lot of Discords, watch Krug Smash's tutorial, read the wiki, watch streams, ask questions, watch Krug Smash's videos, ask questions. That's the best advice on how to learn DF. If you've never played it before, is just start learning DF. Just start playing it. It's a lot less intimidating than it immediately seems, and when you run into questions, ask for help. There is a lot of people on the subreddit that are constantly and ready to help people. There's a questions thread that's always active with people that are constantly answering questions. There's plenty of Discords. My own Discord is one of them. The KitFox Discord is also helpful, which is kind of the most official one right now for Dwarf Fortress. But it's really just try to avoid watching too many big YouTube tutorials. YouTube tutorials can be quite helpful, but they're more helpful to more experienced players than someone who's brand new. But generally, just watch streams, hang out, and ask questions. Read the wiki and enjoy the game. I think both are correct, but you like more Argentine. I mean, I like to be specific about where people are from, right? Like if someone calls me North American, I get a little offended as a Canadian, right? I mean, heck, an American would probably get kind of offended at being called North American. I don't know. Calling somebody Latino just feels kind of racist to me. As somebody who's very far from that part of the world, it feels like a slur. There's a lot of little critters down here. What do we have in this cavern lair? Hood cappers? Or what? Cap hoppers? Cap hoppers. Cap hoppers. Lots of cap hoppers. So we got dimple cups. So yeah, if we need trees, we can pop into this layer, which is good. I never said it was, I just said it feels that way. Saying something feels that way isn't like saying, oh, it is that. It just feels that way. There's a difference between something actually being that way and feeling that way. It's not too complicated. I mean, it's pretty complicated, but not too complicated is a thing you could call it, I guess. I think it's pretty complicated. Can we call someone from the USA a firearm American? No, that's Texas specifically. Although here's the thing is I know a lot of like lefties who hate guns who live in Texas. So depends on what part of Texas you're in, I guess. Totally didn't need to do this like return trip. I could have just kept going straight down from back there, but it's not what I did, so. Oh. Instantly dug into a second one. I could create a really dumb waterfall. And I've discovered magma. Okay. So 1Z level below the first cavern layer. Or is this is the next cavern layer and we have access to lava? Layer 28. I think we might just live in this layer because this layer is beautiful. And is that gold? We have native gold. This is beautiful. Are they connected? Well, they are now. This is a beautiful cavern layer. Like, this is gorgeous. So this is the first cavern layer right here. This is the second. They're 1Z level apart. You said big enough, and now I'm just thinking about man screaming over mountain meme. All right. Well, keep digging. Well, actually. Yeah, keep digging. Keep digging, dwarves. Keep digging. And we will build stairs up to here. They're just keeping going down. The red and purple things, they're deep underground mushroom trees. Yeah, like chat already said. And that's the third cavern layer. You've discovered a cavern deep underground. And I'm assuming they're all connected with lava. I need to figure out where that lava is. Supposedly. Hello, Tamika. How's things? When games have giant mushrooms? I mean, mushrooms as trees. I wonder what the first appearance of mushrooms as trees is in a video game, but I think I'm going to set this to downstairs. Move up. Remove all the way up to here. Set these as upstairs. We're going to go around this. Holy shit, there's a lot of gold in here. So big disappointment, chat. We don't have any like weapon metals yet. All I'm seeing is native gold. All we have is gold. This sucks. Man, if only we had some useful metals instead of just fucking gold. You can't make hammers out of gold. No, gold is too soft to be made into materials. Or into tools. Or weapons. I mean, I could make some beautiful golden tables. That's what I could do. I love this layer. This layer is gorgeous. We're probably gonna spend most of our time in this layer because this layer is beautiful. Golden chairs, golden thrones, golden tables. Go all WWF. I mean, I could probably use a minecart full of thrones. And then is that all of them, I guess? So then these go down to here. Oh, that's the wrong button. Standard, not marker. Although this is making digging quite a bit easier. I wish it was that easy to just hit them in the head with a block of gold. I wish this game worked like that, but it don't, so it is what it is. It don't worketh that way. Should be able to make ceremonial weapons out of gold. I mean, they can make artifacts out of gold, which are basically ceremonial weapons. They're basically ceremonial weapons. All right, I'm going to take Mobius off of mining and give Mobius carpentry or wood cutting. We're going to go down to this second layer right here and say, begin the cuts. Begin the clear cutting of the trees. And this is probably where I'm going to pasture my animals too. Watch a whole bunch of scary critters come from this layer though. It's going to happen. Wonder if we have any animals up on the surface. Oh, shit tons of crundles. What layer are those in? They appear to be in the bottommost layer, I think. Yes. Man, it's nice having the second cavern layer this high up. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a cave crocodile. Although I'm kind of tempted to just make the water from the upper one be draining down into here. I should flood hell in this fort. Because we could do that. We could totally flood hell. What's this game and how do you play? Run or Rain. This is Dwarf Fortress, and you play with a computer and a keyboard. Looks like Terraria. That's a new one. That is a new one. Wormstone canceled. We found lava. Hopefully. And semi-molten rock we've discovered. But if you're really cool, like me, you don't just play with a keyboard. You also play with a mouse. Okay, where does the hot rock start? Right here. But jokes aside, this is Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is the original inspiration for games that you may have heard of, like Minecraft. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation that has several ways in which the player can interact with it. The most popular which we are currently playing is called Fortress Mode, which is a base building game, which is a 2D representation of a 3D Minecraft-like world, because Minecraft's world generation is very, very heavily inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It is a... It also has two other forms of play. One is the called Legends, where you basically just read history about the world that your game has generated, and then one is called Adventure Mode, where you play in the worlds that you've generated as an open world RPG. Now, most games, when they generate you a world or a play area, they just generate a map with a bunch of icons on them and a few like static locations. In Dwarf Fortress, you don't generate just a map. You generate a world with, by default, 250 years of history. You can generate thousands of years of history if you want, but it takes a very, very, very long time, because it's generating religions, books, forms of poetry, language, races, animals, creatures, beasts, monsters, cultures, factions, wars, kings, queens, civilizations, all of that. Of course, there's your basic fantasy tropes of goblins, vampires, dwarves, humans, elves, demons, angels, all that stuff. But how much history does my world have? This world is 386 years old, and I have no idea how many historical figures it had when I generated it. I would need to go back and check. Actually, maybe Vin could tell you how many dead people are in this one. What's the population of this world, if anybody happens to have the save file open currently? But yeah, that's kind of, I guess, the short version of what DF is. This is what the world actually looks like. That's the map that we have for this particular world, which is quite a large one. And we've been playing on it now for quite a while. But all of these different deserts, forests, mountain ranges, fields, jungles, 20,000-ish people are alive in this world. And the game is keeping track of all of the different spots. Like this, on the other end of the world, we have no contact with them, but it's a goblin forest retreat of Dale Vipers. So it was an elven forest retreat, but then was taken over by goblins. So the goblins of the Blue Wickedness run this elven town, basically. And it's free. So, yeah, you can just download it and play it. Out of curiosity, Runner Rain, how did you end up watching this stream? Because it's very, not rare, but normally people who tune into a Dwarf Fortress stream know what Dwarf Fortress is. At least are relatively familiar with Dwarf Fortress. It's pretty rare that people stumble in here and say, what is this game? And how do you play it? And which is kind of a pity, because I spent $20 on this fucking rat plushie to be able to make the I play this game with a mouse joke. And I never get to make the joke. So thanks for letting me make my dumb joke. Saw a video on YouTube and got curious and came here. What vid? But it's really confusing? It's not that confusing once you've played it. It starts to make more sense. You're just looking at a 2D representation of a Minecraft world. So this is one layer. This is the layer below it. This is the layer below that. This is the layer above, the layer above, the layer above, and the layer above. Each layer is like one layer of Minecraft blocks. The hardest part about learning Dwarf Fortress is just learning what you're looking at. Once you know what you're looking at, the game becomes so much easier. This is a dwarf. This dwarf's name is Mobius. This dwarf is satisfied while remembering felling a tree and was euphoric due to inebriation. Personally views cooperation as a low ideal indeed, not worthy of any respect, and thinks friendship is important, dreams of raising a family, and is in the middle of nowhere by himself in cavern, hacking down giant cave mushrooms. This is a tile set. I mean, but the vanilla game looks like this. Without a tile set, it would look like this. Look, that dwarf, he fell asleep. You lazy bastard. Wake up. Get back to work. God damn it. So yeah, that's what the vanilla game looks like, which is not that much more confusing, but some people find it a bit more confusing. So instead, I play with this tile set. So it's easier for people to follow. And they're all asleep in the cavern. Cool. What's the point of the new fortress? We are building a cavern fort. And what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing that I call day forts. So we start a fortress, play it out, and end it all in one day. So we go in with one theme. My theme is I'm building a fort on the lava layer, or the layer right above the lava. We've already dug through all 3 of the cavern layers, and we still only have the starting 7 dwarves. That's cavern layer 3, 2, and cavern layer 1, which all happen to be like right next to each other, which is actually kind of weird. It's not very often that they're all so close together. But yeah, we're hacking down some cavern trees and digging out a nice circle spot for us to live in. It's pretty much that. But I'm going to do things with lava. Might drain some cavern layers into hell. Might.
Crypt beer here.
Thanks for the $1. H2O. Cheers, man. Hi, stupid. I'm Dad. Yeah, if you're not used to playing games that are ASCII, or in this visual style, playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time could be quite difficult. That being said, I don't think that Dwarf Fortress is anywhere near as hard to learn as some people claim it is. I mean, you're not stupid, Seeker. Stupid is stupid. How dare you steal stupid's identity? That's just mean. All right, so let's see if I can find the lava. Ah, perfect. There's the lava. We found the lava. Hopefully it doesn't... And raw adamantine. Praise the miners. I think I'll screenshot that. Spoilers. Praise the miners. Which is like actually the only... I guess we'll have to do some adamantine stuff today because that's my only weapon material. Sweet, sweet candy! All right, so is anybody on fire? Doesn't look like anybody is on fire, so that is a good thing. All right, well, I think what I will do is go down here and just build a bunch of upstairs. And mine out that and fill that in with flooring. Honeybees, unnumbered, mosquitoes, 9,823,900. Set the world on fire. Why is there so many giant sponges in the world? What? Where does that one come from? Wait, whoa. Yes! Sorry. We have tetrahedrite. 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 We have silver and copper. We can make armor. And I got 2 starving horsies. So we're going to jump down to this layer and be all like, boop. This game will probably be huge. Potentially. Potentially. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is already quietly one of the most successful games ever. You know, if you think about it, like, find a live game. Well, live game maybe is a bad way to put it, but find a game that's been in active development that has been fully supported and funded for as long as Dwarf Fortress, because there's none that exist outside of like maybe an Ultima Online, but even those games like have kind of gone, and come back. You know what I mean? Like, but Dwarf Fortress has just been in active, nonstop development. Like, it's the original crowdfunded game. So hopefully it will get the recognition it deserves when the Steam version launches. But as I tell people, it's like it's not going to be any easier to learn the game when the Steam version releases. So just get in now and start playing. All you need is a keyboard and a computer that sort of runs the game, and you're good. The mule and the horsey are being brought in by the dwarfs. All right. Well,
I was trying to write here's to the explanation cheers. So here, tongue.
Thanks for the 100 bits. Another $1. Cheers, H2O. Also tongue. Tongue. That's it's weird that she just says tongue. Need to eat? How dare you like take care of yourself as a human? Go eat your food, man. Go do what you got to do. We're going to run into spots where it becomes hard to dig these out, but it'll be okay. That top side's going to be kind of annoying. It's okay, though. I need space. This is going to be like Tavern and Kitchens, probably. I only need to dig them out once. I also need somewhere to grow food, which I haven't figured out yet, so we'll need to do that. Have I ever played Zorbus? Briefly, yes. That just got a new patch, didn't it? I put it into the Patreon poll once, but nobody voted for it, so. It's on the to-do list, which I've probably said to you before. Which I know is a non-answer, but. I've discovered native gold. More native gold. But why do you ask about Zorbus specifically? Is it because it just got a new patch? So it's perfectly straight down. So it's a top-down perspective. So what you're looking at is like it's a 3D game, right? It's fully 3D, believe it or not. Each layer, which is represented as a flat thing, is one 3D layer of Minecraft blocks that's approximately 2 meters tall. If that makes sense. So what you're looking at is a flat layer of blocks. This is the layer above that, which is all stone that I haven't mined out. It's the layer above that, and the layer above that, and the layer above that, and the layer above that. If I jump up to the surface, this is the surface, and there is a stream kind of running through the center. The black areas are stone that we haven't cut out. If I move up a layer, you can see the stone above that. If I move up that, you can kind of see the contour map lines, and everything fades off into the blue. So we are very, very, very far below ground right now. We're basically at the center of the earth because we're dwarves and we're digging. At least I think that's what dwarves do, right? We're mining. Being dwarfy dwarves. Doing dwarfy things. If you look over in the right, the very top of the right, there is a minus 54, meaning we are 54 Z levels beneath the ground. 54 layers of blocks beneath the ground. Quite fun, unique. Like I said, it's been on the to-do list for a while. Whoa. We're fucking in trouble. There's a jabberer here. Mobius is probably dead. Nope, didn't bite your head off. Well, that's good. Let's set that as hospital. Set Tygo as chief medical. Give you all of the healthcare jobs and say, go recover the wounded, please. He's dead. Rest in peace. Missing. Specifically. Bloody jabberers, man. All right, well. It's time to seal off this area. No. Sorry, Mobius. I'm very sorry. Taking second place. Cheers, man. Thanks for the bits. It's been a very slow month for monies, so goes a long way. Cheers, man. Which is silly, because this is the month I decided to do all of the big upgrades to the fortress. It's a named jabberer, though. There's your body up here. The first death. I could read the combat log if you guys want. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? Combat log will probably be fun. Bloody jabberers. The jabberer attacked the woodcutter, but he jumps away. The woodcutter punches the jabberer in the right foot with his right hand, bruising the fat. The jabberer scratches the woodcutter in the head. With her first toe and with her left foot, bruising the skull through the pigtail hood. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. An artery has been opened, and a tendon in the upper spine has been torn. Basically, just like scratched his head so hard it broke its back. Ripperino Mobius, indeed. Yep, indeed. Brutal Combat. It's like the sequel to Mortal Kombat. Brutal Combat! Hey, at the very least, we got less dwarves drinking our beer now. What is this? Sweet. I'm so happy about all this tetrahedrite. The problem is, though, we do need to get that wood out of there, so we do actually need to go back onto that layer at some point. Because I got no wood elsewhere. But this jabberer is now named, so maybe I should take note of the jabberer. Also, there's ostriches up on the surface. Mobius was indeed the guy who didn't like anything, yeah. Mobius was the guy who didn't have friends and didn't like working with people and went off and worked by himself. So not at the same time, but what you can do is Dwarf Fortress works under the losing is fun kind of way of thinking, right? You don't actually lose in Dwarf Fortress. When a fortress dies and everybody is dead, the world goes on, right? So you could go start a fortress, right? Kill that fortress, and then reclaim that fortress with a different set of dwarves from a different faction and continue building. Or you could go visit it as an adventurer. You could start a fortress, retire a fortress, build a new fortress in the same faction close by, and a bunch of the dwarves will migrate over from the old fortress, and so old people will show up. This game basically had a functioning nemesis system before the first Shadow of Mordor game was even like conceived of. This game is extremely important and influential in those kinds of ways. So instead of when you die, you're done with that world and you go generate a new world, which some people play that way. You'll get way more out of the game if you finish up with a fortress and go build a new fortress somewhere else. In fact, you like to test embark, so that's interesting. Yeah. I need to be real careful about this because we've just dug into a bunch of adamantine. We need to dig around that. I'm not building these in, well, I'm building these in a specific world, yes. So they're all 16 forts I've done in this world are part of the same, are in the same world. Yeah. But I have another fortress called Long Death, which there is 101 VODs up on YouTube, which I'm trying to break the world record for the longest ever running fortress in one world without being retired, which is currently approximately 500 years. Is the record, and we want to get it to 1,000. That's our goal, is to keep a fortress alive for a millennia. As if the save gets corrupted? Yes. Or if you delete the save. It's the only way that the world dies. Even if every single, like, intelligent creature in the world is dead, the save still goes. Where's that? Oh, that's fine. But yeah, all of these day forts are taking place in the same world. Let's just bring all of our food down here and we'll figure out where to grow food later. I don't know if I'd recommend Boat Murdered these days. When I tell people about like a good way to learn about what Dwarf Fortress is capable of is watch Honeystoker. Don't read Boat Murdered. Boat Murdered's a little dated. I mean, read Boat Murdered because it's cool, but Boat Murdered is kind of outdated. Watch Honeystoker. If you want some cool DF storytelling, go to YouTube and look up Honeystoker or Monster Killer. One of those two. That's what I recommend. You didn't know about that one? You don't know about Honeystoker? Holy shit, go watch Honeystoker, Kurt. Honeystoker's great. Yeah, exactly. It's not representative of current Dwarf Fortress play. Which is why I when people are just like, hey, let's get into DF storytelling, I always recommend something that Krug Smash has done or something that another YouTuber has done, something more recent, just because of how different the game is now versus where it was, X number of years ago. But yes, Boat Murdered is indeed a good story. There's a voracious cave crawler. Man, this second cavern layer is scary as shit. You got voracious cave crawlers, jabberers, all that fun shit. I mean, we're almost halfway to Archcrystal's age. Because Archcrystal made it to 500 years, and we are in the 230s. So we're almost halfway there. It'll only take me another 100 episodes to get that far. We'll get there. There's no problems with FPS because I know what I'm doing and I know how to manage FPS, so no issues. It gets a little chonky when there's like a dozen buzzards flying around and 200 merchants on the map, but that's about it. It's totally reasonable. For how old the fort is. Runs at a pretty smooth, like 45 to 50 FPS. No issues. Perfectly playable. I mean, part of the main reason I'm trying to do that in particular, keep a fort alive that long, is just to prove to people that the game doesn't have as many FPS issues as they think it does. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but a lot of the FPS issues that people run into are actually of their own creation and not actual problems. Like, are issues that people make for themselves versus, like, you know, being something that needs fixing. Turn my background noise up a little bit. Just deep, echoey dungeon sounds. It's fitting for this fort. I like it. With 6 Slav dwarves. I mean, FPS in this fort's just no issues. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Speaking of dwarves, looks like dwarves from previous fort have shown up. Hobo has arrived from last week. Anybody else? Hobo and Jack Nurek. Once again, it's good to see you, Jack Nurek. And Clander as well. Look at all these dwarves from last week. Who else has shown up to join in Deepmine? Oh, brand new dwarf. So you know what? Since we got a newbie in chat. Runner. Rain. Welcome to the world. You're a lady. I don't mind stirring things up, she says. She was bored after being unable to practice the craft for too long. Felt lonely after being away from family for too long. And was interested after watching a performance. Felt pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. She is 61 years old, not 161. She's 61 years old and a dubious whisper of tryst. She is tall and incredibly skinny. And her hair is straight, her very long hair is braided, her nose bridge is convex, and her slightly protruding gold eyes are close set. Her hair is flax, her skin is dark peach. She personally holds the maintenance of tradition at the highest of ideals, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, values a harmonious existence, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is very stubborn, and she tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She doesn't often feel lustful, and she generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. She is conflicted by this since she values harmony as an intellectual concept, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Well, that's upsetting. She likes gypsum plaster, fine pewter, precious fire opal, giant aardvark parchment, rabbits for their ability to burrow, and tortoise men for their great size. The sound of the beloved saffron and the sight of the sweetness of adoring. That's you. Definitely you. And you're a clother. Well, I need to give you something a little bit more useful to us right now, so I'm going to give you masonry. Then we have Dakos the Mason, who's also arrived, and a bunch of cats. Who else is here? Shad! Welcome, Shad. I don't know if Shad's here right now, but Shad's here. So I still have one unnamed Mason. So keep in mind if somebody would like an unnamed Mason. It's always cool when I have dwarves that are from previous forts show up. Always cool. Will never not be cool. Give you the mason. Why did I hit escape? Curse metal, she says, when all other bonds wither, friendship shall remain. You worship Isos Beach Rose the Sunken. I've never heard of that god. You have a pet cat, though. Kitten. to be specific. It must have adopted you. Is a deity of the moral paddle. Isos most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with hunting and fishing. Huh. A deity of the... I wonder if you were a member of the moral paddle at one point because you worshipped a god from them. Yeah, you definitely came from the last fort because you were passing acquaintances with many dwarves from our previous fort. Okay, now I'm confused. Runner Rain 2 has subscribed with Prime Gaming? I'm very perplexed by this. But thank you, Runner Rain 2, for subscribing with Prime. Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Is there 2 Runner Rains? Or did I miss something? Can I get a big round of beers for that brand new sub? Cheers. Thank you very much. Let's read a little bit about this dwarf named Cursed Metal. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Doesn't particularly respect commerce. That's all you use it for? So you sub on an alt account? Why is that? Why not just use your main? My mid-run. Hello. It's good to see you. She's not very trusting. Oh, no, she is very trusting and does not find most jokes humorous. She is sloppy with her living space and rarely feels discouraged, somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently, and she doesn't seek out excitement. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she has a calm demeanor. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she can handle stress. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. I'm actually going to make you into our chief medical dwarf. And there you go. There's your dwarf. You've been dwarfed. You consider yourself to have most of those features? I know what you mean by that. It's like, I consider myself to have those features. All right, so a thing I need to do. I really need that wood that I was chopping down in the fortress, just for beds mostly. So I'm just going to make a really big wood stockpile. And we're going to jump back up to that lair with the big scary jabberer and hope that none of us get our heads bitten off. Which is up here, which I've begun sealing. And I'm going to continue sealing. But I need that wood. So let's go get that wood. And then we'll seal this area off. We also need to get that body. And you know what? I'll put a corpse stockpile up there just so that we can get the body out once we see it. What's a jabber? Imagine a giant chicken. But like with a beak that's more like a toucan, so like a really big beak on a giant bird. And let's put it this way: they like to select heads and remove them with their beak. Dwarves are bringing alcohol in and also bringing barrels in. I just need to keep an eye out for jabbers. There are Ruthrurs. Ruthrurs are a huge monster with an enormous tail covered in thick fur. They run on 4 legs and can be found deep under the earth. They're generally pretty passive, large, lumbering creatures. So we don't need to be too worried about the Ruthrurs. But they're still a force to be reckoned with if they decide to eat us. Giant dodos on drugs. Yeah, okay, that's a really good way to giant dodos on drugs with a beheading fetish is most definitely a jabberer. Giant dodos on drugs with a beheading fetish. And there we go. The wood's coming in too. How you doing, LaFonda? How is things? And they still haven't found Mobius. Guys, he's right there. How do you just ran past him. There. You just walked right by him. It's like his body's right there and you didn't see it? Okay. Sure. You slept until 2 p.m. That's a lot of sleeping. You must have needed it. You were talking about being very tired the other day, though, so. I'm going to build a wall down there. At least the Rutherers are kind of keeping away. So I'm going to kind of wall this side off so that we can sort of have like an area that we can just sort of live in. Although, of course, water creatures will be able to attack us. But I do need to have some access to the caverns. Or rather, more specifically, I want to have some access to the caverns. Caverns are fun. Ah, they finally found the damn body. Well, R.I.P. Mobius. You have a hard time sleeping? I'm hoping my new bed will help me with sleeping, which I get on Friday. I'm excited. How long have I been playing DF? On and off since 2009, but I didn't really get heavily into it until about 2018. End of 2018. Like, I first installed it in 09. But I didn't start playing it in 09. I figured out how to generate a world in 09. Come on, dwarves. Got all of those logs inside, please. Oh, there's a jaguar up on the surface. Jaguar, of course, is a huge, muscular, spotted feline found in tropical jungles. It is solitary and it stalks and ambushes its prey. It is very skinny, probably because there isn't much for it to eat. It's actually kind of cool. To see those. Finally got a chance to check out the Minecraft server last night. Hopefully it was all working for you. All right. We're going to be growing our plants here. Now, this is not the safest way to do this. I am well aware. I'm doing this because it's fun to do it this way. And by fun to do it this way, I mean fun to have risky, dangerous garden areas, basically. So we are kind of willingly putting our garden in an area that is more likely to get, you know, attacked, basically. But this is where we're actually going to end up living. It's down in here. There was some 1 second lag. Yeah, we're still trying to iron out the fine details. I mean, us running servers is very much a, you know, it's in beta. The fact that it's gone as smoothly as it has, I'm kind of shocked, to be honest. Tips for starting the game? Please tell me that's not... Oh, hey, there's magma crabs. Tips for starting Dwarf Fortress. Dwarves do not drink water. Dwarves drink beer. To make beer, you plant plump helmets. Well, they drink alcohol. The easiest alcohol to make is plump helmets, which are a made-up mushroom that are big that dwarves eat a lot of, and a staple of a dwarven diet. Dwarves need alcohol. If you give your dwarves water, you are a bad person. Don't give your dwarves water. Water is for bathing, not for drinking. But outside of that, it's kind of everything I already said. Just go to the Getting Started guide on the wiki, download the game. If you want a video tutorial, watch Krug Smash's video tutorial because it's the best one. And I'm not calling you out, LaFonda. I swear, I'm not calling you out. Yeah, and that's basically it. Aside from that, just play the game and enjoy it. We have a lamb and a baby alpaca that need to be pastured. To drink a whole bucket of water by themselves, yes. Dwarves keep getting webbed, and I'm just freaking out every time I read that they're gonna get attacked by giant cave spiders, which are big, scary, and very, 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 very dangerous. No, there's just webs. There is, however, a jabberer again. Although that one's on the lower level. Supposedly there's a magma pool somewhere on this layer, but I haven't seen it yet. Also, GCS will never mean giant cave spider to me. It will always mean GameCube system. Why not kill the jabberer? Because we have no weapons. Well, that's not true. I have no trained dwarves. Dwarves need to be trained in military, and they're not trained in military. And before you say why not train them in military, it's because I have no weapons. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of thinking about making this whole half of it into a room, because it's not actually that tall. It's only... it's only like 1, 2, 3 Z levels high, and then this is the next cavern layer right here. This is a really weird spawn, because most of the areas in this world have been like 150 to 170 Z levels deep. This one's like 70. Yeah, exactly. Well, we have copper axes, but we have 2 of them, which isn't exactly, a large supply of copper axes. Nope. This is all just default. This world is just default. If you want to download the world, though, the world save is available in the document. Every single version of it, which is gigabytes now. Just exclamation point Dayforts in the chat. And world saves are in the right of the landing page that you'll land on. They are in the Google Drive. There's troglodytes. Of course, a savage man-like cave creature. But no, I almost never do advanced world parameters. I just do default world generally. And this world is fully default. Nothing fancy. All right. Do that. Let's build a carpenter shop. Do that right there. I don't know if anybody's set to carpentry, but we'll find out. And 1, 2, 3 mason shops. I'm gonna need to do a bunch of smithing. Also, I wouldn't recommend you build your first forts like this. This would be a really frustrating way to build forts, building deep forts like this. I would much more recommend building pretty close up to the surface initially. Just because access to things like food is much easier. Once you get further down, the threats get bigger, the monsters get scarier, the beasts get warier, and, well, the jabberers get bitey-er. Also, shoutouts to the person who just became a patron for a year. Cheers. I don't know what your Twitch name is, so I'm not going to shout you out, but thank you. Because I'm using a new web browser. I have to verify this device. Yes, it's me logging into Patreon. I see a combat report. Troglodyte is fighting, much less concerning. Oh, it wasn't really fighting. It just fell out of a tree. It was competing with gravity. Was fighting with gravity. It's kind of funny when things fight with gravity. All right, so up here I'm going to put another food stockpile, but this food stockpile is not going to be for food. It's just going to be for seeds. So we're going to go into here and we're going to remove everything but seeds. And then I'm going to hold shift and hit E. Remove barrels from it. So it's just seeds. Just seeds, no liquids, no nothing. Just seeds. You know, actually, instead of... Yeah, you know what? Let's just wall this off. Get that walled off. That'll keep us generally safe-ish. All right, now we need to just do the thing that I've been needing to do for a minute, which is jump all the way back down to here. And go up to here. Hit E for flow. Select this. And this can be my tavern. That's a temple. Wrong button. In tavern. The Diamond Sourness. Sure, that works. Done. We now have a tavern. I'm going to go to locations and make it not public. And keep digging other things out while digging around the adamantine, because I don't want to dig too deep. Accidentally. Like I was saying earlier, I might do that intentionally later. I'm kind of, I don't know, I've got so much water so close to all of the cavern layers. I feel like it would just be so easy to just drain all of the water from all of the cavern layers into hell. I think that would be kind of hilarious. Also, by the way, for those of you who may or may not be sensitive to spoilers, I am just openly talking about spoilers. I don't really candy coat my words. I will just straight up talk about spoilers. So if you actually care, I don't know if this is the best stream to watch. But if you're like me and you've seen Lord of the Rings and you know what happens in Moria, then yeah, you got a pretty good idea, I think. Hey, Deturo. How you doing? How you liking the Minecraft stuffs? Thunk. Don't dig into the lava, guys. Come on. Struggling until Monday? Because work? What happens on Monday? All right. Don't actually have a carpenter. Well, that's fine. Let's make a bunch of tables. Make a bunch of thrones. Let's start making blocks on repeat. And let's give Nano carpentry. So you can go make us some beds. We have more RAM, but it's still kind of laggy. I think that server is doing better than we expected. Yeah, we got more RAM last night. We're at, I think, 16 gigs tops now. Whereas before it was 4. You steamed off some wallpaper in your home? Oh, really? Did you find anything fun behind that wallpaper? Any, like, pentagrams or big scary symbols? Flavor box!
Hi.
You know, if you wait like 5 days, I think you'll get a second one. Flavor box, thank you very much for the 47 months on the 47-month streak. That's 46 months longer than you should be subbed to my channel. But thank you for keeping that sub alive. Why is there a magma crab in the caverns? Uh-oh. So these caverns are open to the lava. Oh, actually, I see lava. There it is. There's the lava. Huh. A couple fireball spitters are on the map. Excellent. Gotta remove seeds from this stockpile. And let's make us 2 stills. And begins the smoothing. What are those red things? The red tildes? That's lava. Unless you're talking about something else. And the trade caravans have arrived, and I got nowhere for them to trade. It's okay, I also don't have anything to trade to them, so they can wait. On the level above? Oh, up here? Like this level? These? You're talking about these guys? These are giant underground mushrooms. So normally up on the surface you'll have trees, but we're in a very rocky mountain kind of alpine area. So these zeros are tree trunks. They're giant underground mushrooms that we have cut down and have turned into various wood that we are going to be using for our future longevity. I'm going to give a couple of dwarves masonry, Tygo, stone, and let's say socks. Oh no, socks, you're stuck on the wrong side. Well, that's very unfortunate. Shem says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Is there a reason you haven't set up a trading depot yet? What do you request for next year? Currently steel. And anvils. He says, farewell, Scoobry. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Of course. Good liaison. Yeah, poor Socks got stuck on the wrong side. So I'm going to move all of my animals over here. Apparently there was 2 dwarves over here. 2 dwarves was on the wrong side. That's not ideal. I read that as interrupted by Plump Helmet Man, and I was excited for a second there, thinking maybe we had Plump Helmet Men, which we don't. But Flavabox, thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive for so long, and I hope that you've been well. I hope you're holding up, and I hope things are good in your part of the world. Flavabox, for those of you who don't know, is the very first person ever to subscribe to this channel back when we got a sub button. The original subscriber. Is it time to process plants in the farmer's shop? No. Why would I be doing that? I don't have any plants that require processing. So it's not time to do that because I don't need to do that. I haven't harvested any plants. I haven't been planting pigtails because if we do clothing, it'll be silk because we got plenty of caverns. We're actually very far away from that. Why? I don't need to. Be a waste of time. Did you miss anything noteworthy? I figured out where the lava connects to the middle cavern layer. But yeah, if I need seeds, then sure, but I have all the seeds I need still, so who cares? Looking like too much of a flex even by Dwarven standards. I'm not smoothing it to actually have it smoothed. I'm smoothing it so I can dig through it safely. Although it should be some kind of massive honor to be, to have your face engraved in adamantine. Some dwarves are chilling, which is good. Do that. I think we're safe at this point. With music by Snoop Dogg. Need for seed, eh? That sounds like a game that would be in the adults only section of Steam. How does smoothing them make them safer? Because you smooth and then fortify. And then when you fortify, you can look through them and see what's on the other side of the wall before you deconstruct it. So if there happens to be dangers on the other side of it, you will see them and they won't be able to get to you. See, I'm above ground and I need seeds for my garden already, so. You say this like it's a new issue. Should probably seal the caverns back up again. Mine through all of that. Running a little low on booze, but we're doing okay. I know what you're parodying. It's just seed is like another way of saying semen, which is another way of saying sperm. So that's how my brain reads it when I read that. So I'm aware of what you're parodying. I'm just saying what it sounds like when I read that. So, are we on the same page now? It's like I get what you're parodying, and I get what you're saying, and I get the joke, but that's not how it reads. So this right here is a big ol' magma tube that go all the way up here. And so there's going to be stuff coming out of that. But it also means that there's lava all the way up here. Only in evenings and weekends, Montefiore. I sound like a 12-year-old that just had sex ed. Sure. Find me a 12-year-old with a voice that's as deep as mine, and I'd agree with you. That or the other thing that my brain goes to are the cedars from Caves of Cud. Lava's good until it gets your hair on fire and your beard burns. Then it's not so good. Then it's not so good. Oh, animal? I mean, I don't know. I know what Animal's voice sounds like, so Animal doesn't sound anything like that to me. All right, so we are going to dig down to here. Down. These are going to be very warm bedrooms, I think.
This is madness.
Madness. Hobo is what it is. Yeet. Wasn't a super boring race, but I still fell asleep. How's things, Hobo? I need to rewatch it because I missed most of the middle. I watched the first, like, I don't know, 25 laps, and then I fell asleep and woke up somewhere around lap 65. So if anything exciting happened in the middle, I totally missed it. So I know what the results were, but Red Bull fans are happy, I guess. Glad I woke up for it, though. It was fun. And your world is generating in the background. Congratulations, you're halfway there. You'll probably generate 100 worlds before you find one that you're happy with. Like, not really. Like, maybe Botas getting dicked, but maybe only the other exciting point was Vettel. And the other guy passing each other, but the race director switched the feeds. No one saw it either. I mean, yeah. Rip plans? What do you mean rip plans? What plans are we ripping? I mean, it was about as exciting as I was expecting it. It was more exciting than last race. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to other races on the calendar, not so much the ones that we've been seeing. So I don't know. It's kind of about what I expected. I guess. But maybe a little bit more interesting than I expected. Five out of 5 results, 1 out of 5 race. I wouldn't even say 5 out of 5 results. Bastet showed up. Lake Bear showed up. New migrants. No. I know what the warm stones are. They're lava above and below, which is totally fine. So no, it's not really rip plans because I know where the lava is. The lava's right there. It was a wonderful parade of cars going really fast around a very small, tight track. A wonderful parade. And you know, sometimes a parade is entertaining. Although I will also state, Hobo, that I did sleep through like an hour and a bit of it. I slept through like an hour and 10 minutes of that race. I don't know if my take on how entertaining the race was should be trusted. I thought it was fine, but I also slept through most of it. So I'll go back tonight and rewatch it, I think. Or rather, watch the middle bits that I missed. Oh, Verstappen's an excellent driver. I just think he's a shitty 12-year-old. He's like he's just a dumb kid. I'll probably like him more once he grows up a bit and quit. Like, he's about as insufferable as most of the drivers. It's just he's got more insufferableness packed into him than most. I'm sure he's like 19. That's not true. He's like 22. I just want to punch Verstappen in the head, but that's fine. I want to punch most 20-somethings in the head. So I don't actually hate him as much as I think Hobo thinks I hate him. Mazepin, on the other hand, can be shot into the sun. That's somebody who I actually hate, who I revel and enjoy seeing come last. Max is fine. Now, this is pod racing. No, pod racing is Extreme E. Extreme E is actually pod racing. Which is funny because when they created Extreme E, they said, that's literally a box quote where they were just like, yeah, we wanted to make pod racing. So we made pod racing. Which is kind of hilarious. 2 camels are... Oh, we're hunting camels. Apparently there's camels on the surface. So Ghost showed up, Kay Bailey showed up, Cursed Metal showed up. It's kind of cool that Kay Bailey showed up because Kay Bailey was named last week and asked me and said if how long it would take for their child to grow up. And I'm like, well, your child is 2 now, so... Also a whole race track with no Mazda spin. He Mazda spinned in one of practices. So it's... Well, actually, hold on. When did Mazepinspin.com? When was Mazepin's last spin? Mazepin's last spin was Spain Free Practice 1. It's been a while. Damn. Mazepin, you're ruining my meme. You gotta spin more. His next drive's in -3 days and 8 hours. Someone needs to update this website. I am disappointed. It's been 16 days, 10 hours, and 27 minutes, and 47 seconds since Mazepin's last spin. I am disappointed on the lack of spin. Mick, though. I mean, Mick's also a fucking noob. I mean, come on. They're all rookies. They're all pretty much the same. We just happen to be... Mick just happens to have branding awareness that makes us, like, prone to like him a little bit more. It's like if a certain Lewis had a kid and that kid showed up in F1 in a few years. But yeah, no, the race was fine. Race was fine. Pretty good Monaco parade. Is he? I don't pay attention to F4. I need to hit Alt more for that. It's like I can watch F2, but between F3 and F4, it's like, oh, there's just too much here. Although we have an X pre next week, which will be fun. Are those bedrooms? These will be bedrooms, yes. Which is one level below. Oh, you just looked them up the other day for funsies? Gotcha. Did I just... Okay. That's fine. Alternative racing. Alt F4. Yeah. Everybody races, but they all have to have mohawks. You know, actually, maybe I could get down with that. Has nobody made that racing series yet? That should exist. Alternative Racing Series 4. I don't know. Apparently they're making Castle Flipper. Just thought you guys should know that. It's House Flipper, but castles. Because of fucking course they are. Yeah, it's House Flipper, but castles. Watch sprint cars. I mean, I don't actually want to see racing cars with mohawks. Also, now that you've said cars with mohawks, what if the car had to have the same haircut as the driver? Although at that point, I should just watch dumb dragsters, which I could do here, and I'm not a big fan of drag racing, so. All right. Let's get these bedrooms smoothed. Let's get these bedrooms smooth. All of them. And let's get some tables placed. Also, Hobo, your dwarf from last week showed up at this fort. You were one of the first dwarves to show up. So Hobo, the miner, is in this fort, and she's still happy as hell. Although she personally prefers Norwegian bustling life to boring days without activity due to experiencing trauma in 385. So the trauma a year ago made you prefer a loud and bustling lifestyle instead of a quiet and restrained lifestyle. And Stone is horrified of something. Is there a ghost? Yep, there's a ghost. Let there be a ghost because I wasn't really paying attention. I need a coffin. Game, give me coffin. Continuity and lore. Yeah, it's great, ain't it? Why is there a dead camel in my living room? There's a one-humped camel corpse in my thing. I think I need to make a butcher shop because I have hunters who are hunting things. I don't think I have a butcher shop. Hog, you're a glassmaker. I don't know who you are, but you're also about to become a butcher. So go do that. Please. It's the last thing I screenshotted. Don't you just love having a pile of raw adamantine in your kitchens? It's just, I'm flaunting my wealth in some ways. Mobius has risen and is haunting the fortress. Yeah, about that, Mobius. I have to deal with you in a mo. All right, where am I going to put this coffin? Well, there's gold ore up here. And I would kind of like some of this gold. So we're going to go, I think, mine this way. And kind of mine along the edge of this. And put the coffins up here. And get some gold while we're at it. Because dwarves need gold. It's a very dwarfy metal to go mine. Even if it's kind of useless. And then we need to get the magma forges started. I could do a magma burial, but I don't want to. I like to keep them in coffins. I'd need to make a slab anyway, and I much prefer like putting coffins around. I have more fun with that. And burning the corpse in magma doesn't actually do anything for the ghost, so I'd still need to put a gravestone in, regardless. There we go. Mobius is going to get placed in the tomb. Let's witness your burial. Hobo is coming to get your corpse. A dwarf from a different fortress entirely. And there you go. You've been laid to rest. It's very little gold we actually got out of that. It's very, very, very little gold. Let's mine out all that. And all that. We'll seal all these up, but... Discovered more raw adamantine. That's kind of wild. I'm glad a coffin will do, because that's what you're getting. All right. There's a lot of gold on this layer. Let's just get all of this smoothed. Or not smooth. We'll just get all of this stuff put away. Poimuz, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Hope you had a good little dwarf stream. Thank you very much for the raid. If you guys want to see more DF, and not necessarily DF in English, but DF in Spanish, Poimu got you. Hello. Hope your stream was good. We're just, well, trying to get some gold ore. We're doing a very, very, very deep fortress. And we ended up with this weird spawn where all the cavern layers are very close. Pretty chill, sieged by 100 zombies. Okay, so hide inside and lock the doors and pretend nobody outside exists. That sounds about right. Sounds just like real life, actually. Sieged by zombies. It's like shockingly close to reality. There we go. Sealed up all of those little things that we just dug out to get a little bit of gold. That is a lot of crundles. Horrible critters. How's this day for it faring? That's pretty chill. So you can get a siege outpost and wreck them. Yeah. We're just kind of chilling. We found tetrahedrite. We got adamantine. As you can see right here, there's kind of a big old pile of raw adamantines. Working on some bedrooms. We lost a dwarf very early on who hated everything, including working hard to a jabberer, so nothing of value was lost. Sorry, Mobius. But you know, just trying to get some fungi wood beds up for everybody, and it's very warm down here. Yeah, we need to get some magma forges. Chat, can I get a couple beers for the raiders? And Hobo, you have one job. Shout out the raiders, please. Don't make me do that. I'm just like realizing that nobody did that. You guys are good at your jobs. Chat's like, oh god, raiders, hide. Very quiet. They're raiding us. I mean, we're supposed to be giving you beers, not the other way around, Poimo. Don't move! Shh! Or they'll see us. It's dangerous. Alright, gotta get more of those, we got calves, water buffaloes, alpacas, a cavy pup, 2 kittens, and a peacheck. Close to bedtime. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. But you're not subbed? I mean, you could have been subbed, but instead I gather you're one of those people who likes to say, not subbed, yeah, because you sub on an alt. Which just means you're just giving me ad views, which is just giving me money, so thanks. Hey, Magma, what's up? Gotta flounder those points. All those channel points. You don't need to be subbed to give beer, though. Bastet was taken by a mood. Look at that. Got ourselves a Fey mood. And she has claimed the carpenter shop. And she immediately runs off and grabs 1 piece of fungi wood, and that's it. All right, well, she's begun a mysterious construction. That was quick. I was kind of hoping she'd grab adamantine for it. Bastet, your dwarf from last week showed up. And you're making an artifact. That's it. One piece of wood. Yep. It's going to be a very, 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 very simple artifact. It's going to be a fun one. I mean, it'll be a simple one. All right, so I'm going to dig out this area. Hopefully without, you know, accidentally digging too far down or anything. And this is going to be our forges. How are we doing for beer? Very low. Let's get more beer going. And assign one of these hunters as a brewer. Having hunters is nice, but I need brewers. So just go brew full time, please. Oh, that's actually rad. Bastet, the woodcutter, has created Neuralgolgem, Neuralogem, a spore wood tree door, and claims it as a family heirloom. That's fucking badass. Blinded Paints is the name of it. This is a spore tree door. She's just like, we need this, like, stat. Everybody's just like, I retract previous statements. That is wonderful. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with spore tree, and on the item is an image of trillion cut gems in black cap. Perfect. Thank you so much. I know exactly where to put that. That is easily the most useful artifact we've maybe had in a day fort in a very, 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 very long time. Not by default, no. You can change your game files so that they do, but female dwarves do not have beards. Dwarves are a lot like people, or humans, rather. However, if you'd like that fantasy, it's very easy to change a few settings in your game and have lady dwarves with beards. I don't have that setting turned on because it's not the default, and it's just not how dwarves look in my head. And that's going to be the Magma Forges. Many dwarves just straight up haven't claimed beds yet. There we go. We got 50-something brew now, which is good. I'm not sure. Oh, I know where I ran into it. A lot of books they have beards. There's one particular author, a certain Pratchett, who really, really, really likes lady dwarves with beards, who thinks that that is a hilarious joke. However, Dwarf Fortress takes more of a Tolkien aesthetic, where lady dwarves don't have beards. That being said, like I said, it's very easy to change your dwarves' appearance if you would like a very Pratchett-esque world. So you can have that if you want. This is where we're going to have our forges. I don't believe I've ever seen tetrahedrite this deep underground. It's actually kind of weird. I don't know how much I have to read, but I can read it. Yeah, I have very little to read, so I'll scroll back up a little bit. You guys got to add more to the word stories. Miners belong in caves of Cud, unless their picks don't become weapons. Mining operations are deep pools of blood. Non-dairy creamer is late to shops. The adventures begin once stabbed, twice England jabbed. New horizons flow here. English language is stupid. Yes. Couldn't agree more. Was there a Discworld mod? Lord of the Rings actually contradicts itself with different printings of that book. So in older editions of Lord of the Rings, that line isn't there. It depends on what version of Lord of the Rings you have. But yes, there is one point where Gimli comments on that. But I don't know. I really don't like having the do lady dwarves have beards discussion, because it just ends up getting weirdly agitated for some people. So I try and avoid it. Like, some people get, like, annoyingly aggro about the whole subject. So I'd like to avoid that one if possible. It's like, I got no problems talking about, like, serious politics, but lady dwarves with beards? Nah, that's too far. Politics that matter in the real world is one thing. Politics that don't matter in imaginary worlds is something completely different. And people get just as aggravated over both, so. And some things just aren't cool to joke about, and that's one of them, Runner Rain. From the point of view of somebody who just watches streams, totally fine to joke about. From the point of view of a streamer, it's like, you're joking about my livelihood here. Like, this is my job. So not even close. The only thing that got canceled here is your bad joke. And I'm out of coffee. Need to pour more. I have struck tetrahedrite. Fantastic. Well, you see, here's the thing. My sense of humor is the only one that matters, right? Nice speedy digging. Yeah, I got like 8 or 9 dwarves with picks now. I'm still like in iced coffee mode, which is silly because it's not cold enough or not hot enough for iced coffee anymore. It was hot enough for iced coffee for a minute, but that went away real fast. Oh, that took me a second to figure out what that meant. There's someone's kitten was fighting with something. Are you dead? Did I lose someone's kitten? No, I didn't. Okay. So why was that kitten vomiting? I mean, it seems fine to me. Probably ate grass or something. Game, why are you making me all worried about my cats? My humor is exceptionally dry. You can be dig shy in your caverns? Is that because you don't know how caverns are laid out, or is that because you're scared you're going to dig into something dangerous? I have a pretty good idea of where I'm digging, so. And I'm also digging pretty safely. But I'm also time constrained, right? Because the way this fort this series of forts works is I basically have like 6 hours to build a fort, so it's a race against the clock, basically. And because it's a race against the clock, I only have so much time to actually build things. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, we do have some free dwarves again. I think we need to plant more plump helmets. Oops, did I not press enter? That's a paved road. What am I? Stop hitting the wrong key, you stupid. You do dry, dark humor? Try and keep the humor less dark in this channel. But most of my humor is dry. It's funny, some people seem to think that I'm super aggro and mad at people all the time and just angry, but it's literally just my sense of humor. And it's always at somebody's expense. I mean, or isn't that the name of the artist who wrote that song? Or that? Benny Hill? Or am I thinking of something else? You're just terrified of caverns in general? I mean, that's fair. A giant steel titan could spawn in this and just kill all my dwarves. Although, fortunately, we have this legendary spore tree door which could stop in its tracks. Oh, really? Huh. All I know about that song is that you get strikes for using it on YouTube, and it makes me very sad. So, you know, that's kind of not cool, I guess. All right. Need more beds. Only have one. Make a bunch more of thems. And we're going to start making magma smelters. And smelting stuff. I also need a manager. Also, I think it's also probably worth noting that the speed at which I play this game, at least at which I'm playing this fortress, if you're playing the game for the first time, you're probably not going to be playing this fast. Just kind of worth mentioning. Most people do not play this quickly. And if you can't play this quickly, it doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing, and it doesn't mean that you're bad at the game or anything. It just purely means that you're not as experienced, and that is totally fine. Okay, so I only have the one anvil. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Just keystrokes and the like. If you watch a new player play, they will play for 4 hours and they'll have, you know, basic stuff set up, right? And I'm already down at the like lowest cavern layer. I have beds. We're less than a year in. I'm building magma forges. You're not really gonna be that far in after such a short period of time if you're just learning the game. I'm also just going to get a couple metalsmiths. That's what I actually need, is metalsmiths. Reached number 35 on the Billboard Hit 100 chart. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize it was that, like, far up the Billboard Top 100. Fascinating, I guess. I need a manager. Sure, we'll give it to Ghost. Ghost is now my manager. And Ghost, you can also have bookkeeper. And we might as well also make Ghost into the broker. And now we'll finally have an inventory screen. And Cursed, let's give you architecture. Although you're busy. What if we also give Lake Bear architecture? Although on the topic of the game actually running faster, which is kind of funny, I have one of the best possible CPUs for world generation with the exception of the i9s, like the top-end i9. Because I have a 7700K processor, which is one of the best possible processors you could have for this. These are getting suspended for stuff blocking it. Probably a dwarf. It's probably just a dwarf standing on it. Yep, there was a dwarf standing on it. Now there's also a dog standing on it. They keep like saying, "Oh, I can't build this workshop because it's blocked because there's somebody standing." Why are you horrified? Stone, are you okay? Horrified, reliving, seeing Mobius's dead body. Oh no. Poor Stone. Stone's got some PTSD. It's rough times. Hang in there, Stone. Yeah, just determined by single core performance. Well, there's one website that actually that uses generating a 1,000-year world as part of their CPU benchmarks. But there's no way to make games run at certain speeds. You could increase your frame rate cap, but it'll slow down faster than it would matter. I wouldn't recommend increasing your frame rate cap, but you could do it that way. All right, smelt tetrahedrite, 0. Just get her done. Get all that tetrahedrite smelted, because I got a lot of it. Get all of that tetrahedrite smelted. In theory, if you wanted to set your frame rate cap down to 20, you could do that. It's not something that you can change on the fly. You have to restart your game, but yes, you could do that. I don't know why you would want to do that. There's no logical reason to want to do that. But you could do that. All right, let's get those original 7 dwarves on metalsmithing. Only metal ores. That's going to take a lot of stockpile hauling. But yeah, because this game is powered by frame rate, you can speed up and slow down the game at a whim. Let's make 30 beds. And there we go. We are smelting tetrahedrite ore. And let's make a bar block stockpile. And this is just going to be for just metal blocks. That's it. And now we just need to make a few metalsmith forges, and we can begin making weapons and armor. Hallelujah. So my window's open, chat room. And I can sort of hear people outside. This guy's just like, the fuck's this guy on about? Talking to his friend up by the smoking area. Pretty sure they're talking about me. Don't your dwarves get so close to magma? Temperature doesn't really affect them. Their beards are extremely insulating. You know. Is that a Ruthver? Nope, it's a giant rat. Giant rat, go back to RuneScape. Get out of my fort. Also, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Rats, rats, living in the dark. Everywhere you turn, there's rats. Good time to blast porn sounds. That would also get me in trouble with the Twitch stream, though. All right, chat. Everybody make porn sounds, and then people outside will get awkward and leave. If you shout really loudly at the monitor, they might hear you. I swear to God, like, wouldn't it be weird if I suddenly heard, like, weird porn sounds coming from, like, the 3rd or 4th floor of the apartment building? I've actually, like, heard about that happening, where it's just, like, the streamer meets a viewer and then finds out that that viewer lives up the street from them, and then they hang out. I've had stuff like that happen. I'm going to butcher a bunch of animals that I don't really need. And then we can just eat that as food instead of having to, you know, worry about eating all of our plump helmets. It would be very funny if, like, somebody in this building was watching the stream, but I very much doubt it. Still would be very funny. If anybody wants a dwarf and doesn't currently have one, also let us know. We could get you dwarfed up here. We'll give you this metalsmith. It's all about me. It's all about you. It's all about us. All about us. That's an old song that I haven't thought about in a minute. All right. The quest for knowledge never ends, she says. She was satisfied at work and felt fondness when talking with an acquaintance. She's 84 years old, born on the 7th of Galena in the year 302, and is a worshiper of Ono, the mountainous gem of diamonds, god of gems. She is lanky. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her teeth are widely spaced. Her nose bridge is convex. Her head is extremely narrow. Her dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is flax with a touch of gray. Her eyes are gold. Her nose is somewhat long, and her ears have small hanging lobes. And I have the hiccups. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals due to seeing Catan Mountain Hazy die in 385. She treasures leisure time, and thinks it is of the utmost importance in life. And values artwork and values family and sees independence. Values independence and does not really value skills related to fighting, but dreams of mastering a skill. She is in a constant state of eternal rage and has an incredibly calm demeanor. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects and is a friendly individual. She often feels discouraged It needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know, I know you don't like really value skills related to fighting, but you're gonna be my squad leader. Of the defended vestibules. If you have a better name for a squad, it's all about me. Give me a shout, and I will give you that name. So I have all of this raw adamantine. Question is, do I actually do anything with the adamantine? That's the question. Because I'm just going to make up some silver warhammers here. Adamantine's just too strong. I might. Might do some stuff with the adamantine. I haven't fully decided yet. Adamantine warhammers are like trying to fight a war with a pool noodle. No one does that. Why would you suggest such a silly thing? Definitely spears, swords, or axes, yes. If you're going to make weapons out of adamantine, spears, axes, or swords, short swords, do not make hammers out of adamantine. Because hammers damage is based on weight, and adamantine is the lightest material in the game. Actually, shields are pretty good out of adamantine, because they wrestlers with 2 adamantine shields are very scary. I'll put it that way. And spring has arrived. Would you look at that? All right, so we should go all the way up here and put a trade depot up there. And we'll make it out of quartzite. I mean, how about this? Instead of having 2 shields, Squawk, be a spider person and have 5 shields. 5 shields and a sword. 5 shields and a poker. 5 shields and a spear. You're never going to get a hit in. I've got too many arms. That shield material wasn't so important? No. Shield material is not so important. But they are very light, meaning you can get more hits in faster. 6 shields and be a master biter, and then bite their heads off. Speaking of biting one's heads off, how's existing in an airport being today, audio? Stop, dude. I don't know why, but I kind of want you to change your sound from the wah, 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 wah to the trust me, I'm an engineer video. What the fuck just happened here? It's a bit hot, really, in the airport? Like, just, as in, like, they need to turn the AC up kind of hot? Not that the wah, 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 wah is a bad sound or anything. It's a very good one. It's just, I don't know. Trust me, I'm an engineer. It's way too fucking funny. That sucks. Hopefully they pay the air conditioning bill. I guess that rat just lives over there now. Out of booze again. You're making a squad of dual shielders? I wouldn't actually recommend it, but it is one of those kind of funny meme fight. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, if you have no good weapon materials, Just give them 2 shields and make them master wrestlers and just say go nuts and they'll do okay. You know, I'm not going to say it's like really good or anything, MJ42, but it's just kind of funny if you do it because of how well it ends up working. If that makes any sense. All right. Punishment squad for sad jerks. Well, I mean, actually, making a squad for dwarves that are depressed is actually a pretty good idea. Making noodle with hamburger and veggies. Noodle. A single noodle. Well, I hope frying that pool noodle goes well. Dwarf, what are you doing? I guess there's just so much stuff to haul. They are refusing to. Oh no! Voracious cave crawler fought with hobo and lost? The miner attacks the voracious cave crawler, but he jumps away. Hobo screams, "This is a fight. I must press on." The voracious cave crawler misses the miner. The miner punches the voracious cave crawler in the teeth. I mean, there's a lot of them, so it's not too hard. But the attack was glances away. The force bends the head, and the cave crawler attacks and misses the miner. The miner kicks the voracious cave crawler in the head with his right foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. Literally just fucking Falcon kicked it in the head and killed it. Nice. Well done, hobo. Killed a voracious cave crawler by kicking it in the head. Excellent. A 1 pound noodle? I want a pet snake, but that's not really a noodle. One long noodle or... Okay. So, chat, if you were to make a 1 pound noodle, would it be a really long noodle or a really thick noodle? Speaking of dumb things that you shouldn't eat, by the way, did anybody see the picture that Krug Smash tweeted? I'm actually gonna go sign into Twitter for a second. I need to show this to you guys. I was just like, yes. I've peaked. I've plummeted. Stay back. Save me. I laugh. I scream. Giant gummy turkey leg on a stick. Half pound cherry. That's a lot of gummy. It's a lot of gummy. I'm signing out of Twitter now. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a man showing that he's successful in life. That's what that is. Now you need to follow Krug Smash on Twitter, is what I'm saying. You can normally get 1 noodle. You do an udon log. I never want to hear the term udon log again. Stop pulling your gummy leg. I mean, you're just making yourself look like a dummy leg. Some more migrants have arrived. None of them are named, which is totally fine. We are finally building that trading depot up on the surface. It's done. Giant bears and worms are incredibly huge. Yeah, they'd literally kill me. They do look delicious, though. Wonder what this is going to get our population up to. We're up to 42 dwarves, really? Oh, well. At the very least, we're actually getting the brews made, which is good. And there we go. Yeah, that's Krug. And no, that wasn't a face reveal or anything. He did a face. He's had pictures of himself on the internet for a while. Although, you know, I think we are kind of living up to the name Deepmine. We are kind of. Because of how deep this fortress is. What? A giant gummy bear? I mean, you might, if you eat it all in one sitting, you might feel sick. But yeah, a normal person could eat that without having any, like, long-term health issues. But then again, most people could eat most things without having long-term health issues. Mines down in the deep. It's a little frustrating that they won't just auto-dig that. Okay, well, I thought that was ore for some reason, but turns out it's not, so. 5 pounds is a lot of gummy, yes. A whole lot of gummy. Also, it's already 2 p.m. Time flew by today. Also, chat, just a reminder, tomorrow is my day off of streaming, but I will be on Evil Trick's stream for about 2 hours in the morning, playing some Age of Empires 2. Do 2 or 3 games. Maybe some viewer games if people are interested. And sometime during the week, we're going to try and play some AI War. Which is an RTS game that has some, like, co-op-y stuff in it. So we'll be playing some of that. Feel kind of bad for these dwarves where I'm just kind of digging around their bedrooms, but it is what it is. All right, let's go that way. I mean, gummy is not expensive. Gummy bears are also not expensive. You could get a lot of gummy for $1. Also need to be kind of careful about that adamantine there. Let's make 10 copper shields. Also, hi, Diamond. How are you? How are you liking the Minecraft server? I liked a lot of the screenshots you were taking. Recover wounded. Excuse me? Why do I have wounded? Hold on. Set that as a hospital. Put some beds in this. Who's wounded? There's been no combat. What? Why? What? What? Okay. I'm confused. Maybe they're trying to recover the wounded alpaca that I just slaughtered. You're headed to bed. You have a good one, Animal. I hope moving in is going smooth so far. Moving sucks, so hope it's all been smooth and painless. But yeah, we'll see you when we see you, man. I'm gonna go mine out some more gold. We'll make more barrels. You'll likely be around less in the coming days. Dude, you're moving. Like, don't even worry about it. It's to be expected. Do not even worry. So, Diamond, have you been having fun on the Minecraft server? Even if it's a little bit laggy? How's the fort going? The day fort's going pretty good. We are trying to... We're trying to get really as deep down as we can, so we're already on the magma layers and just building a fort down there. That's what we're doing today. So hopefully it'll be fun. What do I... Oh, I need to smelt gold. All of the gold needs to be smelted. And, I need to automate all of this gold over there. Once they build the bridge, of course. Luckily, your traps didn't go off because I'm a dwarf too. I don't think anybody's really building traps on that server, but I don't know what Evil Trick's been up to, so. Also, to anybody who doesn't know, my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, is now, as of Friday, running a Minecraft server. So if you would like to join our Minecraft server, you can do that very easily by simply joining the Halcyon Frequency Discord and agreeing to the rules. !HFD in the chat. We're trying to grow that Discord and make it a bigger, wider community in which we can market all of our streams and YouTube videos at you. With that caveat aside, we hope that you'll hang out because it's going to be a bit of fun, I think. I should totally just get this lava draining into this cavern layer, shouldn't I? Chat, should I drain the lava into this cavern layer? Just, you know, for funsies. I mean, like, why not, right? Seems like a bit of fun to me. Let's check bars. I have 16 gold bars, 401 copper bars, and 76 silver. Silver Warhammer. 10. Do it. Make it happen. Dwarves are going to get really strong hauling all of this gold ore. Because gold is heavy. Yeah, and everybody who's been playing on that server so far seems to be having a lot of fun, which is kind of awesome. I've created Masterpiece Spore Tree barrels. At least we're getting Masterpiece something. Build a little rock piece right there. A rock piece right there. And a little floor piece right there. We'll get all of these automating because we can just hop, skip, and jump across those. Pound for every 16 ounces. I mean, I don't actually know how much it weighs, but it's heavy. Gold is very, very, very heavy. What's my opinion? I don't really have one. Sorry. Like, I realize that's kind of the cop-out answer, but I don't really have an opinion on it. It's something that you can do if you want. I don't know. This Dwarf Fortress is a single-player game, so asking me my takes and opinions on different playstyles I think is a little silly. Because it's like, well, I mean, a playstyle exists. I don't really need to have an opinion on it. It's just a playstyle that exists, you know? Plenty of playstyles exist that I don't do. For many games. If you want to do that, go nuts. Platinum Warhammers are pretty cool. So I don't know. It's a tricky thing to really have an opinion on because I don't know. Otherwise, I'd give you a more detailed answer, but I mean, like, actually, I think the closest thing to a proper answer I could give you is you'd be able to make some pretty OP weapons But the game already has some pretty OP weapons in it. So I think what's more interesting, rather than making all weapons available in all materials, is if you're going to mod the game, give yourself more weapon variety. Like, let dwarves make whips if you want, like, something that's actually, like, interesting. It's much more interesting to just allow dwarves to wield and use pikes or whips or scimitars or all those interesting human weapons that dwarves seemingly don't understand the concepts of, you know? Like, I think that's much cooler than just, oh, let's just make platinum this, because, like, you know, silver's just fine. When the fuck are you gonna find enough platinum to actually make, like, a squad worth of platinum hammerers, you know? That's kind of it. I think that if you're gonna mod the game like that, give yourself more variety in a more interesting way. Don't give yourself more variety in a less interesting way. Because, yeah, who wants to make fine pewter spears? What the fuck? This embark is kind of wild, Diamond, because the first cavern layer is on layer 20. Second cavern layer is literally right beneath it. Erdem has been taken by a Fey Mood. And, I guess wants a craft store shop, because I don't actually have a craft store shop yet. So I'm going to put a craft store shop down here because I need to do a few anyway. And gold goblet, 10. Let's make some golden goblets. Yeah, right? Like, this is layer 55. There's just lava everywhere. Like, what the fuck? It's so shallow. I have no idea. But yeah, I guess now that I thought about it for a minute, that's my take, Arch. If you're gonna mod in other weapon types, give yourself other weapon styles. Don't just limit yourself to, you know, one thing like that. Where is this dwarf going? Gold, maybe? Nope. Where are you going? Ah, cloth. I still haven't deconstructed the wagon. I'm so lazy. And Erdem has begun a mysterious construction. It's like there's golden adamantine everywhere, and you're just grabbing that shit? Okay. Sorry. I didn't quite have, like, the moment to mute myself there. Apologies. It's based on the elevation. I wanted to make up a word that didn't exist. It depends on the elevation of the map. And the area of the world, because the whole world is contoured, right? So it's relative to sea level. So it depends on the height map of the area. Like, for example, how many layers up does this map go? Okay, so it goes 18 layers up. Yeah, this is just a really low down map. It's got to be like in some sort of really deep valley or something. Speaking of really deep valleys, I'm going to mine over to all of this gold too. I'm actually just going to mine this whole thing out. More or less. Also kind of waiting for when we get our first Forgotten Beast. Which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen yet. Got 40-something dwarves. Could happen at any point. Rock, armor, stand, 10. I think I'm going to train my dwarves down in the cavern layers. A granite figurine of Olm Shoot Pierced. Roder Udar. A granite figurine of Ulan Shoot-Pierced. This is a granite figurine of Ulan Shoot-Pierced. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Ulan Shoot-Pierced, the dwarf, and Ulan combined mansion, the plated past of pillars, the dwarf, in granite by Erdim Ekans Grivish. Ulan Shoot-Pierced is cringing. Ulan combined mansion, the plated past of pillars, is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the tearing off of the dwarf Ulan Shoot-Pierced's lower front tooth. Okay. By the dwarf cursed slayer Ulan combined mansion, the plated past of pillars, in the midsummer of 343. During Naken Christ, the sieged assaults. It is encrusted with cushioned gabarite cabochons and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of cushioned granite cabochons. Isn't it lovely that this wonderful zombie here is performing some very, very important dental surgery on this dwarf? That's so kind of him. Some serious, vigorous, some very seriously vigorous, oh, I have to look at food porn. Dentistry. That's noodles. You definitely made noodles. I'm very disappointed, though, that it isn't 1 5-kilogram noodle. I really want a 5-kilogram noodle right now, chat. I can't even describe to you how badly I want a massive noodle. Speaking of massive noodles, how's Adra doing? It's good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Lots of digging that needs to be done. Let's just get that spot plugged up. It depends on the type of noodles you're using, because macaroni is a specific type of noodle. So, like, a macaroni salad, if you're using macaroni noodles, is still a macaroni salad. But if you're using pasta noodles instead of macaroni noodles, then it would be a pasta salad instead of... It's basically like, this is the shape of noodle I used in my pasta salad, basically. Just had a whitelist that I had to do in the background. Well, I mean, if it's shell noodles, you're not going to call shell noodles macaroni. Because shell noodles are shell noodles, so that would be a shell noodle salad, right? Pasta salad, I would think you'd use pasta noodles. So some form of pasta like that, I guess. Doing pretty good, Adra. Been busy, taking care of myself as best I can. Just kind of hanging in there outside of that. How have you been? Functioning, I hope? It's almost lunchtime for me, though. I gotta get up in a couple of minutes and get me some lunch. Got plenty of booze. We're a little bit low on the plants, but I'm gonna make sure I don't cook any plump helmets. I need to start making rock mechanisms. going to just set those to be made out of gabbro. Not because I'm pumping lava, but because I might start pumping lava. Quartzite and quartzite. Making 2 bridges. It's going to take them a minute to get through that. See how much of that we can go mine out. Working on those warhammers, working on those goblets, working on those armor stands. Good stuff. Ah. Ooh. The Forgotten Beast. Mavi has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of ice. It has 3 long, straight horns. And it appears to be emaciated. Beware. It's poisonous. Vapors. All right. Can it swim? Probably. Well, So I don't have proper squads yet. But I'm going to put a bunch of dwarves into a squad and make them go stand here. We're going to go down to here. Well, let's just go to the tavern. Add a burrow. And make them all go stand in here. It's just made of ice. That can't be too bad. Hey, Grogrin. Put the normies in there. Let's see what happens. And some migrants have arrived. Excellent timing, boys. The uninvited guest is booking it towards us. I saw your friend request whitelist and sent whitelist over. Fog. They're all picking up hammers, I suspect. Well, this will be a trial by fire, or ice, I guess. A trial by ice and fire. What's this thing want to do? Nothing of value, it appears. All right, there it comes. Well, it's in the fort. Get him, boys. We are fighting with it. Tygo's been found dead. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. Did it just kill my whole squad? Kind of did. So it's super beaten and battered, and it's panicking. And it's running into the fort. And it killed Runner Rain. And it seems to be just kind of slaughtering everybody. Well, this is not ideal. Ah, they got it. Who was the last person to fight with it? Oh, of course, the militia commander got there. And hit it in the lower body with a warhammer, and the part is crushed. I mean, because I'd literally just finished making their weapons. So we lost a bunch of named dwarves, which is very unfortunate. But such is life. It's okay, we can get them training now. Got it done, though. That's unfortunate. Stone's found dead. Oafsalot's found dead. Scoobery's found dead. Attis becomes the leader. Jack Nurk was found dead. Nano was found dead. Hobo was found dead. Man. Sad days. I think I'm just going to put all of these animal trainers into the military. Because they'll already have some sort of fighting skills. To be fair, I could have locked it outside and trained for a bit. I could have played that safer. I just opted not to. Active in training. Let's just get that squad training. There's a goat here that is named that can't be slaughtered. Should probably get that slaughtered. Hey, at least we got it. We got the Forgotten Beast dead. You know? We got it dead. Many losses were had, but we got it dead. Chat, can we get a round of beers for the dead? It's very unfortunate. Very sad. Very sad day. I was kind of hoping that the Forgotten Beast would get distracted by the what do you call it? The animals that I have here. But it didn't. Which I think is super unfortunate. Super duper unfortunate, but it's all good. We're going to be training out here anyway. Any future problems will be trained in here. I think if I were to live in this fort for a lot longer, I'd make a self-burning burninate chamber. If only I let them train for like a month before that happened. They would have survived and they would have made it. Instead, the whole squad died. Just super unfortunate. Super sad. But on the bright side, we were able to kill it. Even if the dead was, well, actually not that bad. We lost, what, 6 dwarves? 6 or 7 dwarves? Ish. Yeah, about 6. It's like kind of a lot of death, but also, it could have gone a lot worse. Could have gone a lot worse. I see formal Blizzard sub. What's up, dude? Kid becomes a mace dwarf. Interesting. And militia commander is Zulban. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we lost 5, maybe 6. 6 dwarves tops. Do I remember what the sun looks like? I mean, I went for a walk yesterday. What's your point? Is that a very roundabout way of trying to call me pale and scrawny looking? Because that's how it reads. Most of my days off are spent in the park reading, so. I am legally blind, yes. Are you stupid in real life? My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye barely works. You're a fucking moron. Feel bad, asshole. That's all I have to say to that. I mean, you should be banned for your stupidity, frankly. But, you know. You said sorry, so I'll forgive you. Visual impairment does not mean completely blind. Hey, another one. Forgotten Beast. Equirlani has come, a three-eyed sauropod. It has narrow tails and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. That one, that one we need to train against for a bit. I don't fucking care what your first language is. Tact is not taught by language, okay? Tact and manners are not taught with language. All right? I don't fucking care what your language is. Doesn't fucking matter, right? You're an asshole in any language. Okay, well, if you were sorry, you would just simply say, I'm sorry, and move on instead of continuing to make excuses. You made a mistake, that's fine. Move on. If you don't want to offend somebody, don't go into somebody's channel whose username is blindIRL and ask, do you remember what the fucking sun looks like? Fuck you, cunt. Come the fuck on. Jesus Christ, you moron. All right, so that thing we do need to run away from. The Umbral Merc, which is a badass name, by the way, is something we need to hide from. Turn that squad off, get everybody indoors, fucking stat. We'll get back out there and kill it, but we need to hide from it for a minute. Let's just give this a second. Lock that door. And get a armor stand built right there and start training. I don't know exactly. No, it left. It's not on the map right now. Also, Hobo, you timed out the wrong person. Just an FYI. Just an FYI, you timed out the wrong person. So you know what? I will just do you a favor. I don't need that kind of moronic stupidity in my channel. Yeah, you did. It's like the person who needed to get banned didn't get banned. The person who asked for a ban, who I see now asked for a ban, can't have that 600 seconds, but I need to ban the right person. Because screw having people like that in my channel. Just period. Do you remember what the fucking sun looks like? So there's a Forgotten Beast running around over here. Unless it's on the lower level. Which one did it spawn on? I wasn't paying a huge amount of attention. Kind of scared to let the dwarves go back, though. Also, hi, Delta. Bye, Delta. Is that an artifact door? Yeah, that was the first artifact we got in this fort is a artifact tower cap door. Or sport tree? Yeah, just sport tree, not tower cap specifically. Sport tree. I love how we just had like this really long break between anything happening and then just like two Forgotten Beasts just back to fucking back. All right. So most of these dwarves should have silver warhammer and copper shields. Let's do copper helms. And copper gauntlets. Copper breastplates. Should start working our way through that pretty handily. Is this dwarf like wielding a mace? Because you're a mace dwarf? Nope, you've also got a warhammer. That's cool. So because the Forgotten Beast just kind of fucked off, we could probably just open this door up. We're probably okay. Let's keep an eye on it. If it shows up, then we're in trouble. Getting those dwarves buried. It's funny because like a lot of people describe my stream as super chill, and it is super chill until it's absolutely not chill. It's not being on the map. That means that you're on part of the map. You see it, right? Discover the part of the caves. Yeah, I mean, it's probably still on the map. It's just out of line of sight, basically. Which means it might also be stuck in an area where it can't get to us. Which is certainly possible, depending on the beast. Some beasts can get to us, some can't. So I'm not super worried, just because it hasn't attacked us yet. It would have come and attacked my livestock if it could get to us, so I think we are okay. Currently, anyway. That, or it just, like, went and died to something, which is also a possibility. It may have just immediately gone and died. Working on those copper helms. Let's get some more coffins in. I don't know. It's just really amusing when people see my username and assume total blindness. And all I have to say to you is fuck you, cunt. Like I do not care. Do not care. Do not care. I was initially planning on just letting that person go and just not banning them, but I don't know. When I hear English isn't my first language as an excuse, it's like, oh, I don't care what language you speak. Do not care. Also, there's a giant Olm, which one of my dwarves is fighting with. This seems like an excellent opportunity to train my other dwarves. Currently, it's a tussle between Bastet and the giant Olm. She appears to be booking it and running away. My military is over here now assisting. Bleeding everywhere. There we go. Got it dead. Perfect. That's a lot of tickets. But you can't do that for another 49 minutes, Cursed Metal. The Forgotten Beast, Zuglar, has come, a towering, skinless theropod. It has a square shell, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its fire. Well, I think that one's on the top layer? I think that's the top layer, yeah. So this one's on a layer that can't get to us, fortunately. Yeah, no, they're all just fucking lining up, ain't they? Yeah, it's the layer above us. So that one can't get to us, I don't think. Don't need to be worried about that one. But, also, there's a capital M that's dead. That's a little annoying. All right, let's just jump to where these dwarves are training. Make a dumping zone right here. Garbage dump. Oh, it's all good. Cursed. It's all good. Is that that's a giant mole? There is a giant mole there. Let's get that giant mole. Get him! Charge, boys! Basically, we're just waiting on those dwarves becoming hammer dwarves. There we go. And then that's all the dwarves that died, I think. But howdy, Gate Nerd. How we doing today, man? Hope things are well. Okay, I could probably just turn off the smelting all of the ore jobs because we're not actually doing that anymore. Why is that? Diamond? What is the dwarf sad in your heart? Oh. The Forgotten Beast is doing its best to hurt my frame rate by setting a crocodile on fire. I think the Forgotten Beast won. Look at all of that fire. Fire looks so good in Dwarf Fortress. I can't wait to see what fire looks like in the Steam version. Like, seriously? Cannot wait. Shit's gonna be too cool looking. Oh, the dead dwarf saddens your heart. I get you. Look at all of that. Mushroom trees don't burn down. They don't fall over, no. Trees will. Mushroom trees aren't that flammable. Start smelting gold again because I've got more gold to smelt. Also lost a lot of my miners, which kind of sucks. I'm going to get a couple more miners on dwarves that need jobs. Also, we did lose those 6 dwarves to that frost giant, but fortunately, even though they did die, well, they will continue to live. On in our memory. They died defending the fortress valiantly against an overwhelming threat. This is a good way to die for any dwarf, I think. Let's make a little window and peek out. Autumn has come, meaning it's going to be time to trade again pretty soon. Let's make 10 more silver warhammers. We're up to we're at a pretty good number of dwarves too. 40. It's a pretty good number. Brew. Let's just brew 100 beverages. Oh, there's a jabber. Oh, I was really hoping it would be the named one from earlier. Do I send in the military? Do I send in the military? I think we do. Let's see if the military can take out this jabberer. We're going to follow Socks. They're fighting with it. They're tussling with it. It's bouncing around. Whoop, they got it. They've got it pinned to the ground, and it's dead. Perfect. Well done, dwarves. Well done. Now I think it's time for me to make a better method of garbage dumping. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. And dig out 2 of these. And then dig out that. Except maybe I should do that on higher priority. So let's say channel, number 1 priority. And that number 1 priority. And what I'm going to do with this is we're going to, also I'm going to kill this giant rat. I'm going to make a little dumping zone that we'll be able to safely chuck stuff into. And that will immediately deal with all of the corpses that we have lying around. So instead of having miasma rotten everywhere, you know. Hopefully they will, you know, get down to the lower layer and deal with... Oh, that's the layer above? That's not what I wanted. The layer below. Already did that. Okay. How come you guys aren't prioritizing that? At least we got that giant rat dead finally. You'll pretend that that was vengeance from the first death? What, on the jabberer? I mean, we could just try and... Oh. This thing got kind of injured. This thing is scary because of how fast it moves, though. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely come up with something like that. Look at all of that gold. There's so much. I'm just shocked that they're not doing the channel thing. But I'm sure they'll get there eventually. I think it's kind of hilarious that your dwarf, which was the super, like, antisocial, doesn't like friends dwarf, is the first one to die. It's just a very amusing way to go, I suppose. Just very amusing to me. I just think it's very amusing. He just didn't like to cooperate. Yeah, that's true. He was just a bit of a loner, kind of an odd dwarf, you know. He just went off and liked his privacy, I guess. He was a good dwarf, though. Rest in peace. On the topic of good dwarves and rest in peace, you know, is there like a portal to hell in here or something? Or like a portal to the ancient realms of the before times? Because what the fuck? Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit, chat. How many? Is this the 4th one? I think this is the 4th one. I think I need another squad to help fend these off. All right. Chat, can I get a round of beers for all of those dwarves about to go into battle? Because we've been a little quiet for the last 10 minutes. And, Gate Nerd just popped in and nobody really said hi to Gate Nerd. So can we get a couple beers? Because there's another forgotten beast. Ustru, Kongus Nuts Sustop has come, a hairy frog. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its burnt sienna hair is short and even. Beware its deadly spittle. Fitting. Hey, Freskins. That's a lot of spittle. All right, well, it's coming right at us. And the outpost liaison has arrived. This is a really bad time. I mean, just thanks for tuning in, Kate Nerd. And, everybody else who's also here and hanging out. I really hate it when they just, hang out on the water like this, because if my dwarves jump into the water, they're just dead. How's the population doing today? I mean, of the chat room or of the fortress? Because we just lost, 6 dwarves in a fight. And now we're fighting with a troll right with a forgotten beast in the river. So, terrible, I would say. Get back down to the fort, guys. So, terrible. Shem says, I am a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We're under attack by multiple forgotten beasts. Please help. Bring me more anvils, please. Thank you. I mean, if you look at the dock, you'll pretty quickly notice, this. We dug down real deep, and now it's just one after another forgotten beast. So, just working as intended, I think. It's been pretty fun. And there's just a giant evil deadly spittle frog right here that we are now about to go to war with. So let's see how my squad does. Let's play this out real slowly, one turn at a time. My squad is all pretty well armed, but they're not that well trained, so. There's the outpost liaison just right next to this. It's fighting with my livestock, so it's pretty distracted. Is the liaison armed with anything? Nope. He's got a shoe. Hit it with the shoe. I'm sure that will be fine. The dwarves are in the tussle. The Forgotten Beast, the wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with its warhammer, bruising the muscle. And the Goat Kid attacks the Forgotten Beast, but it jumps away. The Cavy Pup scratches the Forgotten Beast. Go Cavy! In the front foot. In the skin. It actually did some damage. The Cavy. The fucking guinea pig hit it. So go guinea pig. Go Cavy. Do something useful, because no one has ever seen a Cavy Pup do anything useful. Beat the shit out of him, dwarves! Forgotten Beast breathes a glob of Ustru's fatal forgotten extract, and the flying Phantom Hollow, the fatal Forgotten Beast extract, strikes the alpaca in the left leg. Fortunately, my distraction techniques of having a lot of livestock around is very helpful. Seeing blood on the ground, the wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left rear foot with her silver warhammer, but the attack glances away. Cat bites the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, denting the skin. The wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. So we are getting bruises in. We are bruising it. We are damaging it. Oh no, not the Cavey. The Cavey was a hero. Cavey's dead. The Forgotten Beast kicks the Cavey pup in the rear paw with its left foot, and the attack glances away. And the Force bends the right rear leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Cat scratches the Forgotten Beast, shouts to the kitty. Wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with silver warhammer, bruising the muscle. We're just hitting it in the feet. Cat was found dead. Dwarves are continuing to beat on it. It seems to be on the ground now. I mean, they killed the cat, so the outpost liaison bites the Forgotten Beast in the left rear leg, tearing the fat. The outpost liaison latches on firmly. I'm going to screenshot that because it's really funny. You bit it. Good job. Master biter. No one will ever be able to fight against that kind of ferocious attack. Absolutely wondrous. Ooh, did you see that? That piece of extract that just went fucking flying? Yeah, it's very damaged. What's it made of? It's just a frog. It's a huge hairy frog. Has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Burnt sienna hair that is even. Beware its spittle. And they continue fighting. Whoop, they're on top of it. They're still fighting with it. God, this fight's going on for a while. The outpost liaison is now punching it. Shout out to the outpost liaison for doing stuff. Silver Warhammer, yeah, they're beating on it now. Look at all of that blood. Holy shit. I'll bet you this thing is going to be delicious when we butcher it. No! We lost an alpaca. And a sheep. So we lost an alpaca and a sheep in that fight. And, of course, the cat. And it looks like Kosoth is, who apparently killed a goblin last year, as well as a bunch of goblins in sand crystals. So this was one of my dwarves who fought in sand crystals. Is very injured right now, so up and was found dead. Rest in peace, good wrestler. Time for fresh meat. Rest in peace. Round of beers to all of those who survived, and time to build a butcher shop and see if we can make giant frog legs. Giant hairy frog legs, specifically. And of course, some fresh meat has arrived to replace the dead. How lovely. Welcome, fresh. Dwarves. You know what? We're going to allow visitors in our tavern. See who shows up. Not a bad little fight, I think. There's a blind cave ogre somewhere. Which is fighting with something. Appears to be a blind cave ogre and a jabberer. Oh, and a forgotten beast. So you know that forgotten beast who has webs? It's fighting with a jabberer and a cave ogre, and they're both now dead. This forgotten beast is in the layer below ours, so we don't have to worry about fighting it. Jelly! The 30 months. The big 30. The big 3-0. That's a lot of months. Good morning, Side Scoop. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Jelly, keeping that subscription alive for 30 months? And a petition is available. They want a Craftsdorf skill. The Lacey Hall in Deepmine. Sure, we could do that. Sure, we could make that happen. And Runner Rain is now haunting the fortress. We got ghosts haunting us right now. Gotta remember where I was putting the coffins. Up here. Really? Oh, I guess that just wasn't lava. You know what? Instead of going that way. Look how colorful the caverns are. Oh, the caverns are beautiful. The caverns in this fortress are beautiful. You know what? Let's just do that right over here. That'll be my garbage. There's a lot of blood right there. Holy shit. Like... So this Forgotten Beast fought with this jabberer and then left a string of blood. Oh my god. How far does it go? Do you imagine finding that in adventure mode? And just be like, where does it end? Down here, apparently. That's where it stopped bleeding. This thing. This thing, which is actually really scary. It's a great three-eyed sauropod. 3 narrow tails, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. Not quite piles and piles, but a couple at the very least. You know what? How about this? Let's just make this into my dumping zone. I don't actually know how that dwarf got over there. I'm not entirely certain. Let's just get all of those dwarves stored in tombs. We're gonna butcher a dead animal. Let's see if somebody comes and butchers that Forgotten Beast, which is what I'd like to see happen. How are you today, Freskins? And Sidescoop, how'd you sleep? Do not throw Tygo's corpse in there. Don't throw their corpses in there. I don't want to throw any of my dwarves' corpses in. Or any pets, for that matter, ideally. What a badass dwarf. Just off hunting Ruthrers. Ruthrers are a pretty scary prey to hunt. Also, I need to sell something to these guys. And I don't really have a ton to sell them, so...
Closing in on that too. 5-year badge, baby.
It's a lot of time, dude. Thank you much, Cook. for keeping that sub alive for 28 months. Big thank you. Seriously. It's a goddamn long time, man. Thanks for sticking around and continuing to watch the stream. Hey, Revolution. Unring fit for the Switch? You should do that. How's this texture pack called? If you want an exclamation point tile set. It's Krug Smash's tile set, but I've customized it quite a bit. Also, Diamond Destruct, can I just say that I'm really enjoying your map stuff that you've been doing for the Minecraft server? Even though I don't play them on the Minecraft server, and I don't really play Minecraft, it's just kind of neat seeing, oh, this is Jess's area, this is Evil Trick's area, and this is Bellinair's weird area off in the corner. Those are little roads connecting them. It's really cool to see. I like that stuff. That stuff's neat. Let's get you trading. They'll be leaving soon. I need to get like 1 or 2 more anvils. I have enough for 1 anvil. I think. No, I don't even have enough for 1. Screw it. We'll sell that figurine. If I can get a dwarf up here quick enough. I don't know. I haven't been on it. I'm just managing the back end. I'm not doing any of the actual playing on it. Save us? It's not like there's a hype train going on. There we go. Now I can afford some anvils. There we go. Sweet. Thank you very much for accepting my artifact as stuff for you, and we are going to make some more magma forges. Dwarves are taking all of the bits and pieces of corpses and throwing them into the lava. I should probably give them a proper bridge to just walk over there. Also, there goes the Forgotten Beast corpse. Press F, I guess, because it's an F, and that's funny. Bye, Forgotten Beast. You shall be forgotten. And you were like, I don't know where anything is. Yeah, that's not a good space to be in, but you know, it's something that you can figure out from there. We've got native gold and tetrahedrite, which is more than enough. Also, a big old pile of adamantine that I mined out over here to make space for my kitchen, which I haven't done anything with yet. Just trying to clean the fort up right now. you look at the map closely, you can see your big spruce tree. Well, I guess I'll have to look at it closely then. Oh, I just broke my game. I know exactly how I did it, too. Could be encrusted with other beasts. You mean like before death or after death? What exactly are we talking about here? Someone is stuck somewhere. Where are you stuck, though? Something on fire? Yep, something's on fire. And Dwarf is stuck with fire on the wrong side. Alright, well, that's not good. Why are things on fire? Well, it's not you. So wait, then why are things on fire? Did lava splash that high up? It must have, I guess. Excellent. Well, you doing okay over there, you poor dwarf? You might want to move. Or don't. I'm not going to say that was the best decision, but I am applauding your strength, specifically your upper body strength. Huh. This fucking dwarf. How are you not dead? Somebody clip that, please. No, he was like doing hand over hand, like rock climbing along the side of the wall, just like scaling up to the surface. Huh. Fucking hell. Well, sucks to be those crundles, I guess. Also, this dwarf is now in trouble. You know what? Let's just turn on the burrow. Everybody go get to the burrow. Stop trying to do what you're trying to do. Make this zone inactive until this lava go away. Did someone just catch fire? I think someone's burning to death. Maybe? I don't know. Or they already burned to death. There's a dwarf in the middle of that somewhere. I'm not sure where. It's the one holding a troll corpse. Just standing in smoke. I'm still not entirely certain how we managed to do this. Like, not entirely certain. It's not good, but it's kind of amusing. Okay, so one thing I could do is I could just, dig through that. And then they could run along those trees and get around it. So this dwarf is standing in the middle of the fire here. So you're now on fire. What a way to die. That's dark. That is really dark. Dwarf just burned to death. I'm not entirely certain what the hell set the water on, or what the hell set stuff on fire. Is that native gold? Yeah, that's native gold. Run around it, dwarf. Oh, nope, never mind. You didn't make it. There you go. You have an alternate way out. You're just cleaning. Well, oh boy. As if the other 4 weren't enough, the forgotten beast, Ngok Usmrob, has come. A gigantic 3-eyed theropod. It has a large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its dark green feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poisonous bite. Although I think this one, which I forgot to screenshot, is on a layer that we're not on. But there are Mulmarians on this layer. And that other forgotten beast. So we'll get to see a Titan fight between 2 of them. And I need to make a slab. Hopefully we'll see a Titan fight. That'd be kind of fun. No, base value attracts forgotten beasts. So not specifically the adamantine. The adamantine's certainly not helping, though. I'm not sure where that other one went. But I don't know. I've had multiple forts in this world where I've just dug straight down to adamantine. I have not run into anywhere close to this number of forgotten beasts yet. So I don't know if that's really worth saying, but this is the most forgotten beasts I've seen in a single fort in this world, hands down. Also, I'm going to make a zone right here. And this is going to be our craft stores hall. Did I miss it? I think I did. I guess so, Sabata. I guess so. Certainly seems to be part of it. We're making a bunch more forges so we can make our stuff quicker. My neighbors are vacuuming again. My neighbors vacuum every single day. I genuinely think that this is weird. Who the fuck vacuums their house every single day? Like, what kind of person does that? And, like, why? Just straight up, why? If I got a bronze colossus, I would catch it. Did I never finish making those bridges? Oh. I guess we need masons that are like not, you know, doing stuff all the time. In a wooden cage. Same way you catch a dragon. You had a lot of cats. But the maximum number of pets you can have in one of these apartments is 2. 1 dog and 1 cat. So in theory, they shouldn't have that many cats. But I guess, you know, who's really going to stop them, right? I also really need to go get my sandwich. There you go. You're building those bridges, just as I needed you to. Apparently we're running low on food in the fort. All right. Let's hope no more forgotten beasts mysteriously show up. You guys can watch these dwarves dancing. I'm going to go get my lunch. I will be back in a minute, about an hour after I said I was initially going to do it. So I'm going to go grab my lunch. If you happen to be lurking in the channel, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. And if you happen to have sound commands, which you purchased through the Patreon, can I hear some sounds to entertain the chat? I will be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. BRB.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
Oh shit, a weaponsmith. Hold on, I gotta punch some things into my phone first. So I don't forget. I have to write down that I'm eating lunch. All right, dwarfs. What was that combat? I mean, no, it's gonna be an artifact bronze. I don't know. Cudgel. It's gonna be a gold weapon. Or a gold something. What do you want? Skeletons. You want pictures of skeletons. Rough gems? Do I even have any gems? Huh. I need somebody to butcher some animals. I'll go slaughter some animals. And we'll cut out those gems. All right, let's keep an eye on the weaponsmith while I eat this sandwich. Just needed pig bone, most likely. You grab that. And you grab those gems. So this dwarf grabbed gold bars, stray sow bone, and rough almondines. So here's the thing, right? If we get a weapon out of this, we'll have a legendary weaponsmith, which is more than I could ask for. So I am totally okay with just getting a legendary weaponsmith. You'll wait on the result first. Watch him make a crown. We get a legendary metal crafter. Any bets on what he makes, chat? Wouldn't it be awesome if he made a golden warhammer? Just gonna throw that out there. Wouldn't that be awesome? If he made a golden warhammer? So, you know, we'll hope he makes something good. A proper booper? Proper bopper. A proper bopper. A bopper, not your father's bopper. And armor. That's awesome. Logum, the weaponsmith, has created Zonun Geg Dol Roval, a gold short sword, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Bomrek Combat Total. That's pretty badass. Well, what do you think, chat? I just realized I forgot to take screenshots of the end of that Forgotten Beast fight, but oh well. Zongug. Helms failed the incidental sanctuary? I think that's what that word is. Depends on the point of view and how tall you are. This is a gold short sword. On Craftstore ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of pig bone. And on the item is an image of a wave in gold. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut gem in almandine. I think that you are just trying to mask your failure. Because let's be honest, that's what it is. A failure. You guessed wrong, and you're just like, well, a sword is kind of a knife. It's really not a knife. It's a sword. I'm sorry. It's definitely not even kind of a knife. And, huh? Can you only make copper low boots? What? Huh. Weird. Getting a bunch of stuff made. And gold cabinet 30. Gold chest 50. Gold table 50. You're right, I can't. Why is that? I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Why can't I make high boots? That's weird. I don't know. Huh. Something I've never seen before. That is bizarre. Does anybody know why that is? I don't believe I've ever encountered that before. A fortress that can't make high boots. Now I want to know why that is. Bizarre. Fairly bizarre. One thing I can say about this fort, though, is I am quite satisfied with it, regardless of how it ends. Just because of how many forgotten beasts we've fought. Oh, please tell me that's of the Jabberer. Engraved on this image is an exceptionally designed image of Mobius, the dwarf, Leather Prayer, and Leather Prayer is the Jabberer by Erdim. Mobius is making a plaintive gesture. Leathered Sprays is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Mobius by the Jabberer Leathered Sprays in Deepmine in the early summer of 386. Beautiful. We didn't even tell them to do that. They just did that. Absolutely beautiful. We'll definitely rank high in Legends mode. Just purely because of the Forgotten Beast count? Yeah. I'm gonna give a couple dwarves just all of the metal smithing tasks without really worrying too much about it. just because I need more metalsmiths. Doesn't really matter how good they are as long as I get more metalsmiths. It's just a, yo, get down here and help us with this shit, dwarves. Come on. The legend continues? I mean, legend of something continues. I will say this, Mobius, your dwarf will be remembered. For being the first dwarf to wander off alone into the caverns. Although, to be fair, it could have been any dwarf. I just decided to give your dwarf an axe instead of a pick. If I just gave you a pick, you'd still be alive to this day. Anybody got any fun plans for the week? I'm going to try and get outside and read a bit tomorrow. That's kind of my plan for every single one of my days off these days. Is like, try and get outside, try and read for a bit. There we go. We're getting those work orders managed, finally. Oh, also, gold table, 50. Gold throne, 50. Let's get a bunch of tables and thrones out. And gold crafts, 30. Vaccine number 1 in 2 days, Bastet? Do you know which one you're getting? Still 2 weeks before you have any sort of protection, though, so. But small victories, right? Small victories. Look at all of those Warhammers getting done, all those helms getting done. It's good stuff. You want to get out and field that? You should do that. You should definitely go outside and get some bubble tea. You know, I can't read boba and think bubble tea because I read boba and I think tits. I will never think bubble tea. I've like had to retrain my brain to think bubble tea when people say boba. Mostly sitting and waiting. What have you been reading, Kukra? I'm still slowly plucking away through Tarn Adams' book, but I'm a very slow reader and I don't read very often. And when I do read, it's not for very long because I get eye strain really quickly. It's really hard for me to read normal-ass books, but I'm trying. Oh, I'm so sorry for your friend. I'm so sorry for your friend. That's one of those names that's really unfortunate in English. I've heard of that author. Haven't heard of the book, though, Kukra. For their God knows how manyth wedding day? Or is it their anniversary or something, Beermanir? Hope they have a good vacation. Or trip or wherever they're headed. Masterpiece, Warhammer. Good stuff. My hammer dwarves are getting better equipment. Yeah, no, I believe it. I mean, I can put 2 and 2 together just by looking at that word in my head. Side scoop. I mean, it's either that or they're going to think it's a certain car called Volvo, but unlikely. You know, there's something that the pandemic has done. It's inspired a lot of people to start streaming, right? And I need to ask you guys a question, Because my streaming setup is very simple, right? It's just like a mess of cables, a record player, my cassette deck, and then just like a black wall, basically. Like that's my streaming setup. I do have 3 monitors, but like, and a GoPro camera. But aside from that, my setup is very simple. Like there's no like crazy fancy lighting or anything. And then this person just posts a picture on the Twitch subreddit and says, "Been streaming for a couple of months. What do you think of my stream office setup?" And it's just like that. And I'm just like, okay, so am I way too fucking basic? Or is this person just flaunting some bullshit peacockery? Because I'm not sure. Like, should I be making fun of this shit, or do I need to get my shit in gear and get a better streaming setup? It's like, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. Volvos are very consistent vehicles. They're not great vehicles. They're consistent vehicles. Obok. Killed a jabber in Deepmine is now named Side Scoop. Welcome to the fortress. He feels wonder after learning about striking, but lonely after being away from family for too long. I learned about striking. It is wondrous, he says. He's romantically involved with Inul, strife cloistered, and is married to Locum. Ooh. Well, I mean, live your life, dwarf. You've got a wife in one fort and a lover in another fort. Okay. He is 108 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 279. He is tall and skinny, and his long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and his close-set, protruding gold eyes are round. He has a broad chin, and his lips are thin. For a second, you thought that was a friend of yours. Looks like bullshit peacockery of at least 60%. Okay. Like, that, it's like, I don't know. I've seen so many posts where it's like, I'm getting ready for my first stream. What do you think of my streaming setup? And it's like $5,000 worth of streaming equipment. And I'm like, start low budget, eh? You'll get further. Don't invest so much money. Yeah. Hey, good. Once it's a business, then invest the monies. Till then, you're just kind of almost sort of wasting your money. Silver Warhammer, you've got a copper helm. Wow. And a copper mail shirt. Well, you're going to go get more, so that's good. I mean, I guess. I don't know. It's just... I don't know. It's like... I've definitely shared pictures of my battle station before, but... I probably actually have a fancier streaming setup than that photo that I showed. It just doesn't look anywhere near that fancy, I guess. I kind of really want to just like take a picture of my streaming setup and just write, been streaming for almost 8.5 years, 8 years, and this is my streaming setup. Twitch partner, and it's like a way uglier setup than the majority of the people out there. Holy shit, that's a lot of crundles. They're all covered in Rutherford blood. You need a netbook and decent internet. You don't even need a microphone to stream. And if you think you need a microphone, then you don't really know what you're doing. I don't know. I see a lot of people frustrated that they're not getting much traffic on Twitch. And also a lot of people spending a lot of money on very fancy streaming setups. And it just strikes me as such a waste. When a lot of the most successful streamers I know have extremely basic, simple setups. Like, you should see Bellinair's streaming setup. You want to see a simple fucking streaming setup. Look at Bellinair's streaming setup, and he does this full time. Like, I don't know. I don't think she's ever streamed again, so... I mean, you can find bad ASMR channels. You just got to go looking for them, Sidescoop. That particular one, I have no idea. That particular one that I was talking about yesterday, I'm pretty sure was just some girl trying to like arouse her boyfriend through the internet, and it was just very funny to listen to it for 20 minutes. Was the gist that I got. It just happened to be very awkward and amusing. Because I have that sense of humor, I guess. Nice. Okay. And TBH, the first PC was still fine. You just kind of upgraded because, dude, 10 years is already too much. I mean, yeah. Computers are a tool that you use every day. You might as well make it be such a way that you enjoy using it, you know? Right? It's sort of like a car. Like, it's kind of like upgrading your car so you have a nicer chair in it. It's like, if you use it every day, you might as well have a nice enough one that you, or at the very least one that you enjoy using, you know? And that's kind of how I see it. It's like, at least make the ergonomics good. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the highest priority, right? And also bring in some of these gold cabinets. Imagine just being like a dwarf in your tiny little room with no furniture whatsoever, and then they just wheel in a golden cabinet. They're like, here you go. Be like, birthday happened. Let's just make sure I don't accidentally put any bags in here. And only put chests in. What, a random dwarf just brings gold stuff into your bedroom? I mean, I guess. It's going to take them like 10 years to actually get there. Come on, guys. Just keep hauling. You'll get there eventually. And out here, make that into a no specific deity dominant rack. I'd like some dominant racks. The dominant rack is our temple now. This high point peacockery. I mean, it really is. We're giving that guy's computer setup a run for its money. So Dungreed sucks. I'm sorry. Everybody that I know who played it really, really liked it. Dwarves are running all that stuff in. It's just not fun. That's unfortunate. I've been there with games, though, where I'm like, this isn't fun. Why would anybody play this? I've certainly been there before. You know, I should make gold coin. That's some peacocking right there. Just make a shit ton of gold coins. There's so much gold that I haven't even started mining yet. How much time do you have on it? Probably snipe a refund if you're quick. That's what I would do. But then again, I would have refunded before we leave if it wasn't given to me. 2.4 hours? Ooh. Yeah. Eh. I mean, then at that point, I would play it for another 10 hours. How's the dwarf life? Well, in Long Death, dwarves still dedicate artifacts to great-grandfather Eutherus from time to time. How have you been? The dwarf life's been aight. Just dwarfing away. Dwarfing away. Trying to figure out how to get into the YouTube game. Your dwarf was indeed mighty. He lived for a long-ass time, too. Although didn't die a natural death. He was killed. But, still a good dwarf. Just working and chilling. Good shit, man. Hope, work is not too difficult these days. I know you've had times of just, like, not much sleep and a lot of work stress shit, so... Although one thing I will say, Squug, is you can still apply for a refund on Steam, even if the refund window isn't up. And sometimes they give it to you anyway. So, I don't know. Maybe worth refunding it, or still attempting refunding it. Maybe it's not worth it, but I don't know. Might be worth trying. I got a refund for a game once after getting 10 hours into it. But that was kind of a unique case. It was because the game was an early access game where the developer abandoned it. You went down fighting, I hope? I mean, all dwarves will go down fighting. But you're also the grandfather of many of the dwarves in the fortress, so you'll be remembered forever, regardless of how you go down. Yeah, it's been busy over here. My stream team launched we launched a community Discord, and then on Friday we launched our first of potentially up to 9 servers. So we are now running a Minecraft server, courtesy of Nitrado. But we're going to be hosting a shit ton of relatively public community servers. So it's kind of it's been weird the past few days, I guess. It's been kind of fun watching that thing grow, but also like kind of daunting because it's like, oh my God, there's like probably about, I don't know, how many people are on it right now? There's 11 people on it right now and nobody's streamed it. Like at peak, we had like 30 something people on it. We've whitelisted over 100 people, or it feels like it, just looking at the list. It's a big list. Which is like, I don't know, I'm a little bit overwhelmed by it. No, it's just vanilla. Just completely vanilla. We're gonna do modded servers later. We're just, you know, figuring shit out one thing at a time. So currently it's just a pretty basic vanilla server. And if anybody wants to join it, to join this Discord. But we want to... Other games that we've been talking about running are things like Eco, Avorion, which I know you play, actually. Yeah, so I think we're waiting on the Avorion update. We're also waiting on Project Zomboid and a few other games, so. Abort Eon? Get out, Eon! You know, when you want to run away, Eon. It's fine. I can delete it for you if you want. There you go. It's one of the better typos I've seen in a minute. But we can pretend it didn't happen. All is forgiven. That's one of those, like, I know, I agree typos. Should be. But, you know, we all know what happens when I talk about politics. YouTube gets mad at me, so let's not get me in trouble, shall we? Mentioning Doctors Without Borders on YouTube is like committing a crime. Try a refund first. Try a refund first. I mean, I personally have never played it, but I don't know. I remember a lot of people saying really nice things about it. You're the first person I've ever met who doesn't like that game, so. But that's totally fine. Let's mine out some more of that. Because YouTube, okay, to be clear, the last YouTube video I put up about DF News, which is my most viewed series, period, which is just like, hey, a screenshot of Steam DF was posted. That's basically it. I posted a link to Doctors Without Borders and a bunch of other heavily vetted, well-known charities because of like the humanitarian crisis going on in Palestine, because it was relevant on multiple reasons. Number one, that's what I'm going to be doing a fundraiser for on my birthday, so I'm starting to tease that anyway. And June 3rd is my birthday, so that's very close. And number two is because Tarn posted about it on the most recent DF blog, so it was like right fucking there. So I was like, well, I'll echo this and also use that as a way to promote my birthday charity stream, which I do every year. Last year we did a charity stream for JDRF, juvenile diabetes, and raised $2,500 in 12 hours, which I'm very proud of. And I want to do something similar to that again this year, hopefully. If we do $1,000, I'll be happy. We're fighting with something. What are we fighting with? Oh, a Crundle. Okay, well that's totally fine. Anyway, so essentially what happened was I shouted that out, and then everybody's like, "Politics," and got mad and disliked the video a whole bunch. So yeah, that's kind of the whole story. So how dare I post links to Doctors Without Borders, because apparently that's like the equivalent of saying, hey, give money to terrorists, which is apparently what YouTube thinks that is. Jess, I don't know if you're listening, but I just want to throw this out there. I know a lot of Canadians who refuse to get Netflix because of how good American Netflix is. So this shit goes both ways. That was very just like calling somebody out who's lurking, but I'm a bad person. What do you need, Dwarf? I need more food. That's what we need. Yeah, I don't know. To be clear, it's not like there was a huge backlash or anything. It's like something like, I got like maybe 30 dislikes on a video. Which is still like, you know, a 90% like to dislike ratio. But there was kind of enough people just like mad at me in the comments for even bringing it up that I'm just like kind of not disappointed with YouTube, but I kind of just want to shout out like a charitable organization and a humanitarian crisis in every single video now. It's like, okay, what part of the world's on fire? Who needs money? All right. Every single video just to annoy those 11 people. It's just kind of tempting. My neighbor's fire alarm is going off. Please don't burn the building down, people above me. I wouldn't like that very much. Yeah, if you say Palestine, people assume that you like terrorists, which is fucked up because there's just like normal ass families getting bombed out of houses. Although I think they're in a ceasefire now, so I guess that's helping. I guess that's a positive thing, but still, fucking people need help in that region. Also, there's a pandemic going on. Like, don't even forget about that. That's something you'll never be without. Yep. But apparently the easiest way to make morons on YouTube lose their marbles is talk about Palestine. So if you ever want to annoy a lot of people, do that. Which is great, because sometimes I just want to annoy a lot of people. It's okay, because then the next DF News Day is my birthday. And on the next DF News Day, I will be shouting out the exact same thing. So, and hopefully you guys all help me raise a little bit of money for charity. Because, you know, on, you know, I don't feel like this was just me, but like last fall, my friend's charity, or one of my teammates' charities, the Hot Potato Charity Marathon, which is a big event with 30-something streamers where we all play RimWorld. We raised, it's like $64,000 over 4 days for Doctors Without Borders. I'm not going to be able to do that, but, you know, if we could do another 1,000, that'd be pretty great. Huh. Dude I don't know of has been appointed to a sheriff of a group I don't know of. Same with that. Spring has arrived. Somebody must have died of old age, because 2 people just got appointed to spots in the invisible board, and it's the first of spring, so somebody must have just died of old age. Also, we're making gold crafts, meaning these dwarves get to actually just bling out. We're not there yet. We're working towards it. Assuming they want to be converted into first world countries. There's some instances where they don't want to be. I mean, I could check. Rakas became the mayor of the Turquoise Blockade. Oh, actually, the army, an army is marching on my old fortress. So, Sand Crystals is being attacked by these people. Who are these people? And can I fight them? Holy shit. The Goblin Fortress of Even Lashes. 5,000 is their population. 5,000. 5,000. That's a couple. Jesus. That's a lot of dudes. Holy shit. So, well then. That is a lot of goblins. Rip sand crystals? Not yet. Where actually is sand crystals? It's like it's underneath. Boot Drunken, by the way, is a very good name. Yeah, I'm not... I think that Sand Crystals is sharing a site with this monastery. So I can't actually check if it's still there. Although that is a cobalt helix. That is a helix populated with kobolds. Do I want to help them though? Trying to think is. I mean, we could start hitting some goblin pits. War is ongoing with the kobolds. I mean, it's been going on for 388 years. As long as this world has existed, we've been at war with the kobolds. That part is a known / given fact. All right. I think it's time for us to make a new squad with metal armor. I was hitting the wrong button. No one's ever done that before in DF. You. Bastet's gonna run it. You're gonna join it. You're going to join it. You're going to join it. You're going to join it. You're in, you're in, you're in, you're in, you're in. So if I was doing a fortress where I was planning on, you know, keeping the fortress alive for longer, I would not do this. I would actually like read through and like find dwarves that would be good at this job. But because I don't know how long this fortress is going to run, I don't care so much. The only thing I truly care about is making sure that the dwarves are generally doing their jobs. As long as the dwarves are generally doing their jobs, I don't really care. You have a good nap, Beermanier. And thanks for hanging out. Go get some sleep. There's a necromancer in the fort. It's a human peddler necromancer. How long until you steal something? Hog Rovid Muzish. Also, chat, I'm just going to ask this question because it's a very important question. Should we murder all of the kobolds? What kind of sword are you using? Please tell me you picked up the artifact one. No, you didn't. Are you going to go pick up that metal one? That'd be really cool if you did. Nah, silver warhammer. That's fine. Can a person request whips? No, technically, unless you're requesting stuff from, what's the word? Unless you're requesting stuff from humans. Because dwarves can't make whips. Dwarves also can't wield whips. You have to mod the game to let them wield whips. So technically, no. But if you would like whips, it is possible for you to get whips by simply teaching the dwarves how to do that with the use of, you know, relatively harmless modding. I think we are going to go and invade the cobalt hillocks of lovely mirrors. Of Steelmas. And we're not just going to raid them. We're going to annihilate them. Go get them, boys. Go get them. Yeah, I don't know where the exact thing is because I haven't done it in a very long time, but it's pretty simple. It's one of those, oh, it's like kind of easier than it probably sounds things to set up. Someone in chat might be able to help you. Or it's on the wiki, most likely. That's where I remember reading it, so I just checked the wiki. The wiki page for whips. Working on so much random gold shit. Stone, you know what? You can run a squad too. And apparently I'm out of food. I'm not entirely certain how that happened. But apparently we're out of food. I'm just going to run out here and gather a bunch of food. That's not the button I wanted to hit at all. Sounds like something you'd be praising a lot. It's a pretty good god. It's, I think, probably the most popular god. It's the god of minerals. The god of minerals. I think those are all... Oh, those are plump helmets. I just got wild growing dimple cups and plump helmets everywhere. Well, that's great. Excellent. So I wonder where all those forgotten beasts went. Ah. The dwarves have returned from the cobalt fight. We rampaged throughout them. When we looted treasure. We got some bags, some arrows, a silver spear, some arrows, and a bag. I guess they grabbed a bag and put a bunch of arrows in it. Good job, dwarves. All right, so I'm trying to think. I don't know how I would build a defense mechanism for this fort. I think the actual way I would do it is building a pump stack, but I also kind of don't want to build a pump stack right now. But what I do want to do is I want to build upstairs right there. Downstairs right there. Why do I always do that? I keep forgetting to hit D again. And we can fight them in this long tunnel if things show up that I need to fight. And then in case of emergency, I could have an alternate route, which I will set up, which will lead them through dangerous territory. And there you go, Dwarf. Get all the way up to the surface. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out today. We're into early spring again. So it actually hasn't been that much time in this fort. I feel like a lot of time has passed, but it hasn't been that much time. Time's actually passing pretty slowly. All right. I don't think I can win a fight against that really big thing, but I can go there and get a book. Hey, Riptress. Hope you're doing well. On the topic of legendary dwarves who lived in Long Death, Riptress is another one of those. Copper mail shirts. Covered in sweat. A lot of sweat. Holy shit. Apparently I made tables twice. And then those dwarves are off to go explore. You just scared the crap out of a lying down camel. Don't you just love it when your dwarves just go barreling past a camel and freak it the fuck out? And it's like, oh my god. All right. Let's extract some metal strands, shall we? And let's get... I'm thinking you. You can have strand extraction. It's going to give 3 dwarves strand extraction. That are not military dwarves. That are not a baby. Two. And... that's a cat. And 3. Maybe give it to a 4th dwarf, too. Yeah, that'll be fine. So we can get some adamantine strands made into wafers. Oh, they're back from that mission. Before Ship Passions. Before Ship Passions was looted. Seems like a great book. Be my guess. How's things been, Eurypterus? Hope you've been well. Some migrants have arrived. What? More dwarves have arrived. A whole bunch of dwarves have arrived, actually. Enough to fill out another squad. Stop feeding the baby? Gotcha. Well, I hope you're able to get back to sleep soon. I hope sleep is a frequent event for you. And not too rare. You're a furnace operator. We'll keep you as a furnace ops. You're an architect. You're a hunter. You're a herbalist. Welcome to the fort. Good lord. Population just jumped. So we're digging out this. This is going to be the... I mean, it's a simulator about being a mechanic on a car. So that's it's just a really big game of connect the dots. You know what freaks me out a little bit, chat? Whenever I remind myself that I have 1.2 million views on my Twitch channel. Freaks me out a little bit. Always freaks me out a little bit. I mean, you're there for car mechanics, not UI design, so I think it's working as intended. Did you enjoy the race? We watched it too on Discord. I thought it was about as much as I would expect from a Monaco Grand Prix, with a few surprises, which was fine. I fell asleep through half of it. But aside from that, it was very entertaining. Also, investments are open, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Also, I should cut out these two corners just so that this looks a little bit nicer. All right, jumping down here. So if I had more time, I would make this into a magma nightmare, but I don't have much time. So instead, what I'm going to do is instead of making this into a magma-filled hellhole, I will do this the quick and easy way. That's not quite. Let's do this. Right there. The quick and dirty method of murdering things with lava. And then we're going to go poke some necro towers. So mad when there was one on track action and then they cut away the freaking camera. Yeah, I was asleep during that. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it. But fortunately, you know, if you have I don't know if you have F1 TV, but you can also just like, you know, go back and watch that one driver, which is what I'm going to do. I'm trying to not spoil for anybody who maybe cares, but also chat, thanks for the little bits of support today, because it's been a really slow month just financially, and it's a month that I'm spending a lot of money on stream related equipment. So thanks for all the support today, guys. A couple dollars earlier in bits and a few resubs. Cheers. A couple new subs as well. Crawling back up to that. Oh, the Coven of Oils wants a temple and a priest in Deepmine. We could do that. So just thank you, Chad, for helping keep the stream funded. All right, that's 100 things in that tower. Let's not do that. There's 200 in that one. Let's also not do that. That one has 10. We're going to raid, and we're not going to loot items. Good luck, dwarves. We are sending them out to attempt a raid. They're all pretty well trained. They're also pretty well geared. Deepmine. I think that this fortress is going to do just fine. This is going to be kind of tricky. To do what I actually want to do with it. But, assuming I'm able to do what I want to do, shouldn't be too bad. Should not be too bad. All right, so what I want to do, and what I'm thinking I'll do, is I'm going to start, well, first off, I'm going to hack down all of these trees up top here. That's the first thing that we're going to do. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to mine out all of this. Like, just all of it, right? And then I'm going to dig down and around that. And I'm going to basically make an open... what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm going to make an open magma reservoir. So I'm going to make floodgate rock. I'm going to make 20. And I'm going to make them out of... Hold on. I need a magma safe material that I have. I mean, I could make them out of gabbro, but I don't have much gabbro. Man, if only I had petrified wood. Do you have quartzite? Quartzite's magma safe. I think I do. There we go. Perfect. We'll make it out of quartzite. And, and we'll make those mechanisms out of quartzite. And we went and raided that tower. Scalded Books attacked the Seers of Polishing at an unknown civilization. The dwarf Zulban led the attack. They outmatched us with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. We clashed with 14 animated goblins and returned. All right, well, looks like everybody in the squad made it back, so that's good. Clashed with a bunch of zombies and made it home. Chat, how's today's day fort been? It's a good thing that I waited to today to do the day fort instead of doing it yesterday. Because yesterday I was just in such a fucking bummer mood. It wasn't going to be a good stream if I did this yesterday. So I think we're doing better today. I hope today's been a good day fort so far for you guys. Goblin Overlord? I'm sorry, what? And a werebison? Excuse me? What did I miss? The Goblin Overlord Zolak Ramustaba is fighting. The werebison bard attacks the one-humped camel. Oh. So a bard walked onto the map. It was a werebison. It attacked a camel and then became a Goblin Overlord? I think is what just happened. All right. You'd say it's been all right. I mean, you know what? I'll take that. That's a victory as far as I'm concerned. That's definitely some excitement. It was at the other end of the map, and I didn't get any notifications about it, so. All right, so what we need to do, actually, is I need to be about here. And I need to channel out a bunch of stuff down here. So that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to go around here and channel all of this, basically. And then what I need to do is I need a bunch of stuff that can become, well, I mean, I know I know what I'm doing. I'm having a really hard time trying to translate what I want to do for this trap into words. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever run into that chat where you're just like, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know exactly what I want this trap to look like, but I'm having a really hard time articulating it. Yeah, that'll work. They'll have to dig around to it, but they'll get there. Yeah, no, we certainly had a lot of Forgotten Beasts in this fort. That much is known. We've had lots of Forgotten Beasts. Very healthy number of Forgotten Beasts, I'd say. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this whole... Well, you know what? Actually, instead of having this as channeled out, how about instead of doing that, let's not do that. And then down here, I will simply do this. And it's going to go on kind of a long walk. All the way around to here. And all the way around to there. That's going to be the exit. Now what we're going to do... Actually, you know what? I could make this look nicer. Let's make this look nicer. Not that, you know, I got anything against the way it looks right now, but we could just make it look nicer. So we'll make it look nicer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bunch of... Or rather, I'm going to have a way of blocking the exit over there. And then I'm going to have a thingy in the middle here that will just drain a whole bunch of lava into this, basically. From a big old reservoir that is, well, right here. It's just gonna drain into this. Just fill her all up. It'll be great. Back from the bath. Do you want to give some zombies a hot bath? 'Cause that's what I would like to do. And that's what I'm working towards. It's going to take me a minute, but we're getting there. Then we'll drain it all out the front. That'll be fine. That'll do her. It'll take a little bit to actually load it up, but set this up just fine. And you know what? I can stop cutting most of this. Don't need any of that. Done. Just need that right there sealed up. Actually, you know what? Do I even need this stairway? Could I just wall that off? I think I could. But just in case something big and scary shows up, I'm just going to seal this off for right now because I don't actually need that to be unlocked. Ah, that sucks. Bastet, that sucks. Give it time. Give it like 10 days, and you'll be okay. Just make sure you stretch as the pain starts to go away from an injury like that. Make sure you stretch, yeah? Otherwise, it's just going to keep on sucking, for lack of a better term. Pardon me? A dwarf just drowned. How? How? What? Oh. You got this dwarf got knocked into the water by a troll. Classic troll pranks, I think. How unfortunate. How's Sock Dwarf going? Well, Sock smells alive and well. As for normal Sock is dead. Sock smell came from the other fort, though. And is in the military, a militia captain, pretty happy. Chilling out. Doing dwarfy things. As far as the other one goes, Forgotten Beasts happened, you know. We've been hit by a lot of Forgotten Beasts, though, jokes aside. This fort is very stretched thin. I'm also going to make some adamantine wafers. You got your refund? Huzzah! Nice. What was your reason for it? Like, what did you put down as your reason? Because mine is always, game doesn't run well. If I need to get a refund and I don't feel like it's a super good reason for a refund, if I just don't like the game, I'll just put down game doesn't run well. And they almost always just give it to you. But good job. Sorry about the bad recommendation. Kind of feel bad. Yeah, well, I mean, that'll do it. I don't like the game. I think it's a perfectly good reason to request a refund. Perfectly legitimate reason to request a refund. How are you liking that mining game, though, that you bought? Car mechanic sim? I mean, not gonna blame you on that one. Because it actually was running poorly. I shouldn't find that funny, but I do. I shouldn't find that funny, but I really fucking do. You know what? Let's remove these designations. And do this. Go down this way. Go down this way. Go over this way. And then go that way. I don't know if I'm going to get all this done, but... I'm going to give you masonry. And we're going to jump up here. I'm going to slaughter those because I've got a donkey and a pig that need to be slaughtered. You've never been that I mean... I know what you mean, but also as someone who's played a few of those simulators, they all kind of operate under the same levels of what the fuck, and they all kind of make sense after a bit, if you've played a few of them. It's not really excusing them, but it's just kind of how those games are. So I don't know. I'm kind of used to that, but I've also been there. Yeah, sprains are no fun, Basta. That shit sucks. That shit sucks. You're fishing. That's not useful to anybody. Go mine. See how many wafers we have. 737. No wafers yet. Boo. You don't really want to try another? I'm not going to say that was a good one. Car Mechanic Sim is an acquired taste, I guess. Although I would also say all of those games are kind of an acquired taste. Wish them luck. Hopefully they do better than your dwarf did. Hopefully they do better than your dwarf did. Let's go and fight with those two squads there. You need a bigger brain to understand them. It's a game with achievements. Yeah, you didn't play Florence. You don't have to play Florence. Strike the Earth! I read that as Strike the Elf, and I was like, who are you and what have you done with Vin? Cave Range, Bog of Mischief. So, Squawk, if Dwarf Fortress has achievements, Will you 100% Dwarf Fortress? No. Because you know what game I want to 100%? Because it's going to have achievements. Do you have any idea how many years worth of achievement hunting content I'm going to have on Dwarf Fortress? It's going to be brilliant. I cannot wait. I'm going to have years, years of content. It's not possible? Dwarf Fortress will release with achievements on Steam. There's a voracious cave crawler, big scary monster centipede thing. I'm gonna slaughter those stray cats. I'm going to have to go and remove some of this because I don't really want to dig through that much water. Just going to make this a lot smaller from my initial planned layout. But that's okay. I don't feel like making them dig through that much water. They're still going to have to dig through some water. Which is nuts. Oh, Dwarf Fortress will be nuts. Trust me. Although I always point people... to me, I think that the most insane achievements list for a video game is... Oh, the dead walk. Hide while you still can. Shit. Well, our wish happened. The dead walk. And we shall indeed hide while we still can. But Tome is the most extreme achievement list I've ever seen. And they're actually attacking. Okay. I've got 2 squads that are not here right now. This is the worst possible time. The absolute worst possible time. Run, bitches. I mean, all of the dwarves that are out are going to die. Fortunately, it's not a very big siege. There's only 1 intelligent undead from the looks of things. Whoa, what the... There's an ostrich running around? All right. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's an ostrich. He appears to be walking pretty slowly. He's carrying a bronze halberd. Triple that. Squag, that's Tome. Tome has about triple that. That entombed ghoul. Well, we locked the door. Goblin Beast Hunter is visiting. So I've still got a bunch of squads that are just out raiding. I don't know. I'll be honest, Squug. I'm also kind of never really expecting you to 100% Jupiter Hell. That one's kind of mean that I I gave that one to you. But if you can beat it, I will be very impressed. So there's now a siege up on the surface, meaning we have to get this defensive system installed. We just straight up have to. Well, my squads have returned. We went and we attacked that tower again. Ooh. We lost a dwarf to a human mummy. The defenders also had a strong positional advantage. It looks like, yeah, we kind of got wrecked by some mummies. But they're back now. Well, would you look at that? The dwarf scholar entombed ghoul raises a heavy fog. Well, where are they respawning? Where are the zombies? Okay, they're all up there. What? What game are you talking about, Squawk? Are you talking about Tome? Or Jupiter Hell? Because I genuinely don't think that you can do it with Jupiter Hell. I genuinely don't. But that's not the game that I'm playing, and we're playing Dwarf Fortress right now, so let's focus on this. Let's focus on this. Okay, if they've returned, where the fuck are they? Hey, chat, are you guys watching the stream right now? Type in the word beer. We've got a problem. There we go. Now they're coming back on the map. Brilliant. And they're walking right on at the worst possible time. Let's see if the dwarves win this fight. If they just keep coming in one at a time like this, they are going to lose. Looks like they're going to lose. That's extremely frustrating. Why did I just jump down here? Dwarf withdraws from society. Chat, we're at the point of day where the more active you guys are in the stream, the more active you guys are in chat, the longer stream goes. The quieter you guys are, the sooner the stream ends. So it is up to you. This is always absurdly fucking frustrating when this happens. This is my least favorite thing in the world, is when you get attacked and your militia commander's off screen and you can't give orders to any of your dwarves, and your dwarves are just getting slaughtered one by one because you can't give orders to your dwarves. Let's just try and station them all over there. We're losing this fight handedly. Does it make sense to send out one squad here? Are you watching the stream or nah? What do you think I'm doing? Or rather, trying to do. Does look like they got this, though. Lag? Clearly you don't have any lag because it was maybe 4 seconds. in between the time you asked that question and I gave you that answer? What are the undead victory conditions? Dwarf Fortress doesn't have victory or loss conditions. It's how much are you willing to lose to complete a goal. Their victory condition is everybody is dead. I forget that there are people who watch this stream who don't play Dwarf Fortress and don't realize like the very basic Dwarf Fortress things. So I apologize. This guy needs to die. But I think he's leaving. I think we won. Yep, we won. Siege is over. But yeah, chat. You're for one welcome the undead overlords? Well, then we should go get ourselves a slab. If you want undead overlords. You know what? Screw this direction. Let's go the other direction. I, for one, hate lurky chats. That's all I'll say. And wish that I had the ability to just, like, wake you guys up with a single button press. I need, like, a wake-up bell or something. Sound command that I can just, like, pop out on tap. All right, let's downsize this design significantly. And go this way, because I do not want to have to dig underneath that water. I'm trying to do... this is turning into one of those fortresses where I'm just trying to do too fucking much. It's all about having fun. My back hurts. I haven't had fun playing a video game in about 4 years. So, there is that. How's the weather on the map? I don't know, man. I haven't seen the raining notification at all, so probably not rainy. It's a cold desert, so probably cold deserty. We won the fight. I wouldn't say that that fight was fun, but we won that fight. That was the most frustrating fight I've had in a minute in DF. That's supposed to be up downstairs, not upstairs. Perfect place to store cookies? You bet. You fucking bet. I wish that Iron Men were more prevalent in DF. Iron Men are such cool things, those magical golems. I can't remember the last time I had a cookie. Actually, no, I do. I was in hospital. I had an Oreo one day because they gave me an Oreo. It's been a long time since I had a cookie. Just like it's been a long time since I had a pizza. I think it's been longer since than I've had a pizza, though, than a cookie. Definitely had cookies more recently than pizza. There you go. Finally let that stupid dwarf out. So same trap, significantly smaller scale. Because I'm just too fucking tired of just digging out the other side of it. Come on. Get you down here. Ice cream cookies? That's not a cookie. That's ice cream. That's ice cream and cookies. It's a different thing than just ice cream cookies. Am I the only person in the world who believes that ice cream cake is a myth? You can have cake or you can have ice cream. You can't have ice cream cake. Like, it's like a genuine, like, weird thing that's always kind of bothered me, that people seem to think that ice cream cake exists. It doesn't. It's a myth. We don't have that. You can have ice cream or you can have cake. You can't. There's no such thing as ice cream cake. It's ice cream mashed into the shape of a cake. It's still just fucking ice cream. Like, ice cream cookies are not ice cream cookies. They're ice cream and cookies. It's cookies that contain ice cream, making it a different thing. That's not the most pedantic thing ever? I don't know if I agree with that. It's definitely the most pedantic thing ever. A dwarf I don't care about is having a strange mood and has claimed a craft dwarf shop. I hope you do something interesting. Blasphemy? I don't know. When I was a younger kid, when I was a little kid, I always felt really ripped off when I went over to a birthday party and they fucking gave us ice cream cake. It's like the least cake-like cake you could have. I want cake. I don't want fucking ice cream mashed into the general sort of shape of a cake. You know? Like, if we're having ice cream, let's have ice cream. Let's not, like, mash ice cream into the shape of a cake. And if I'm having cake, let's have cake. Not, you know, take ice cream and call it a cake. It's like, I just feel ripped off. Like, truly? It's like I've been lied to. Exactly. Cake don't fucking melt. That's a pie that's frozen. What about it? That's fine. Should thaw out your pie, but cold pie is fine, I guess, if you insist. Yeah, if your cake is melting, you've made your cake out of the wrong material. I mean, what else are you going to call cream that you put on a cake, aside from cake cream? Ice cream cake B-days were your favorite? Really? You and me are different. A granite toy hammer. Earlier in the run, I would care. This point in the run, I don't. But we have an artifact granite toy hammer. I just want to get this trap done so I can say that I did it. Some migrants have arrived. If we're putting it on cake, it's probably just ice cream. And if your cake is melting, you need to make your cake out of more solid materials. Because any good cake I've ever had in my life doesn't melt. The only cakes that melt that I've had in my life are pretty bad cakes. Oh, I have a mayor now. Boo! Picture Point, how you doing, man? How's things? I'm sorry, what? A dwarf entered a martial trance. Why's that? Oh, you're fighting with a troglodyte. I'm sure he'll win. My wrestlers are losing? Squeeze me? Get over there. The hell? Go help the bastard. I like how I tell them all to go there and help, and they run in the wrong direction. What are you guys doing? Go help the poor dwarf out. Just hanging? I got you. My neck hurts. It like started hurting in the last like 30 minutes. And I'm just kind of sitting here going like, ow, fuck, my neck hurts. We're just, you know, murdering troglodytes. That's basically it. Setting up a couple coffins so that dwarves can have somewhere to go. You're sort of, I mean, many people have been possessed with Kerbal and they've all vanished off into the ether. So please come back to us once you get tired of the Kerbals, and remember to come back down to Earth at some point. We've gotten to play with a lot of Forgotten Beasts today, so today's been fun. But currently I'm trying to quickly set up an undead trap. Or a trap for undead. Whatever you prefer. The trap itself will not be undead. The trap is designed for killing the undead. There we go. Getting those bridges done. And the idea is we'll dump the baddies. Well, we'll cover the baddies with lava. That's the idea anyway. We'll see how well it actually works. Actually, no, I could probably trigger it with a pressure plate. I think I'm going to do that. Resets. Creatures trigger. Gabbro mechanisms. Well, nah, I want to do it with a lever. I like having more control. I like having a bit more control. Got our dwarf building, the last thing that we need. I was building this over on this side, but I kept running into water, so I kind of just said screw it. There's so much gold in this fort. This fort is a bit ridiculous in the amount of gold that's here. Like, seriously, it's kind of ridiculous. Could just go smack that tower again. Yeah, Lee is my best friend, and, you know, the Ver family are just highly respected in these parts. You know what? Picture point, I'm just going to say this. People say words differently in different regions. And if you're an asshole about it, nobody respects you for it. Ever heard of a fucking dialect? People say words differently in different regions. Tomato, tomato. You make me feel like a criminal for speaking my English language. That's what you make me feel. Bring in these floodgates. That'll be plenty. No, been there. When I was last year, before I was hospitalized, the leg cramps were so bad. I would wake up in the middle of the night in agonizing pain, at literally undescribably terrible pain. I mean, last time I checked, I wasn't fucking Australian, hobo. Another dwarf becomes a hammer dwarf. I never said that you were saying that you were right. You just stated that I was part of a team for saying a word. And I'm apologizing for saying the word. Sure, but think about it this way, right? I'm just talking, trying to have conversations. And it's really cool when people are just like, hey, you're talking and just trying to have conversations and keep the chat moving. And then they're like, hey, you say a word slightly different. Fuck you. Like, that's literally my knee-jerk response to that is just fuck you. Like, just straight up. Just fuck you. Just fuck you. What do I dislike about Cataclysm? Why are you... Well, okay, so you know that I dislike Cataclysm. So you've probably heard me talk about disliking Cataclysm. What do you think I dislike about Cataclysm? Because I explained this a lot. And you clearly know that I dislike it. So how have you not already figured that out? Ah, well, why does it matter? You got me at an irritated moment. It's bloated as fuck and doesn't have any semblance of design to any of its mechanisms and mechanics. And thus annoying as shit to play. It's that simple. If they made a game that was even remotely engaging and also fun to play, I would be interested in playing Cataclysm. But they didn't make that. They haven't been making that game for a long time. It's just a bloated fucking project. I don't like playing bloated games. I mean, I probably will never play CDDA. Frankly, Dwarf Comic. Because, you know, the more I talk about not wanting to play something and the more people bother me to play something, the less I want to play it. And there was probably a reality not too long ago where, you know, I'd wait for some mod pack or some sort of version of CDDA and then give it another round. The number of people that have bothered me to play it at this point would be just letting them win. So, yeah, I won't ever stream that. Won't ever play it. Absolutely no desire to play it. We're not talking about WoW Cataclysm, but okay. Different Cataclysm. That dwarf done with that bridge yet? He's working on it. Perfect. All right. I need 2 levers. 3 levers. Although one of these are kind of optional because I don't really need that. I'm reading it. It's going to take me a while to finish it though, Dwarf Comic. Because I'm like I've talked about in the past probably. Maybe not when you're here, but I'm a painfully slow reader because I get eye strain extremely quickly. So I'm like reading it a page at a time, basically. I have to take breaks constantly because it's fucking normal ass print size. It's impossible to buy books in large print. Not that I could afford it anyway. It's right over there on my counter. Picture point. More accurately, Tarn and Tanya X Short wrote a book. Well, they edited a book. The two of them worked on it together. I guess I just wish this. I really wish that the internet could just accept that somebody doesn't like a thing and then just shut the fuck up and leave them alone about it. But unfortunately, I'm not, you know, lucky enough to have that kind of a relationship with my audience, I guess. Like, I can't just dislike a game and people will leave me alone. Lava trap lock. And no, don't pull lever. But it's not anybody's fault in particular. It's more just like streamer problems, I guess. Just being asked the same question every day gets annoying after a while, I guess. I think if I wasn't a streamer, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. But it's literally just because I stream. You've only heard me say the one thing. I get asked about that game twice a day, I would say. Most days. That's the first time I've been asked about it today. So by the law of averages, one more person will ask me about it. It's the only game that I've ever had people call me an idiot for not liking it. It's the only game I've ever been called an idiot for not liking. It's like, what are you, some kind of idiot for not liking this game? It's the only time I've ever been called an idiot for not liking a video game. Actually, generally, I don't think they have a lot of crossover. I think it's just people who play Cataclysm assume people who play Dwarf Fortress also play Cataclysm. I actually don't. From my experience, people either play one or the other. I think the communities have a lot of crossover, but people either play one or they play the other. I've only run into a few people who play both. Like, they'll either play both a little bit or one of them a lot, I think is a little bit more interesting. Automated bot response are harder to do than you think because you have to account for so many different possible combinations of words. At least with the technology that I have in my bot. I don't know. I already have one for roguelikes and it doesn't really work, so... Is that not a tree I can chop down? Excuse me? Oh, it is. It's just already queued up to be chopped down up there. Nope. Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Not WoW Cataclysm. I've never played WoW because I don't like MMOs. So, there's also that. You know, something that I've been telling people about Cataclysm when people ask me is instead of asking Blind why he doesn't play Cataclysm, you should go ask Vormithrax why he doesn't play Dwarf Fortress. Because it's almost exactly the same answer, which I think is really funny. Except the complete opposite. Not enough feature bloat. You don't think you could imagine me playing WoW? Could you imagine me playing RuneScape? Because I played RuneScape. But yeah, no, for those of you who don't know, Vorm is one of the most like active Cataclysm streamers on Twitch. And also YouTubers. Like he's a fucking encyclopedia for that game. So he's always the person I point people towards when they want CDDA stuff, but it's like I'm not gonna be able to help you with that. Alright. There we go. Getting all these done. I just need to get those floodgates hooked up. Got all kinds of dwarves linking buildings to triggers. And let's go attack another necromancer tower, shall we? Send those dwarves out. Dwarf Fortress has coherent design. And a lot of the depth in DF is hidden. You don't actually see it. Whereas CDDA, it's a billion menus and screens and tiny little things and awful fonts, terrible tile sets and stolen assets. DF is feature creep. It's not feature bloat. Feature bloat is something different. Feature creep is when you just add too many details to one feature. Feature bloat is when you just add too many features for the sake of adding features instead of like actually sitting back and thinking about what features you're adding. A lot of open source games suffer from feature bloat, which is one of the reasons I'm very happy Dwarf Fortress isn't open source. Yeah, he's a good dude. PP, he's a good dude. But his response is almost identical to my response about DF, except from the exact opposite perspective. He likes CDDA because of the bloat. And hey, Dr. Phineas, hope you're doing well, by the way. So yeah, Dwarf Fortress isn't bloated. Dwarf Fortress is heavily developed. You could say that Dwarf Fortress is overdeveloped. In fact, Dwarf Fortress removes... Okay, so if Dwarf Fortress had feature bloat, we would still have the broken economy system in. Tarn actually is pretty good at avoiding bloat, because he doesn't add in features that don't need to be there, and he does remove features. Oh, that's lovely. I would love to go hiking. You know, Dwarf Fortress removes features when they break the game. So actually, Dwarf Fortress is not bloated. Complicated and deep, yes. It's kind of the same reason I don't play NetHack. NetHack is very bloated. But I really like games like Doom RL, which are very streamlined and designed. I don't know. It's just different taste for different people. That being said, I do enjoy Zomboid with friends, which is similar-ish, but also completely different. All right. Building around that corner. There's also just this other problem of being really into these types of games, which is like there's only so much space in one brain for endlessly replayable games. Kind of have to pick like 3 or 4, and then once you've kind of picked those 3 or 4, it's just the ones that you got from now on. And if you just keep picking more, you're eventually going to go nuts. Start forgetting what game you're playing. I don't know if anybody else has that problem, but I know I do. Got a couple of mechanics now. How many adamantine wafers do I have? 30. Excellent. Add a sword. 10. I don't think I have enough for 10, but I'll queue up 10. What's wrong with going nuts? I'm not going to answer that question. Absolute. Because I think that you can use your forehead noodle to come up with an answer yourself. I have to use my forehead noodle to do most of my work. But we need brew. So we ran out of brew. I keep bugging my dad to go on a hike with me, and we went on a bunch of really nice hikes last year. We need to go on some this year. So hopefully we'll get those done. There's a lot of necromancers visiting. Outpost liaison arrived. I'm probably just going to completely ignore them, to be honest. I feel kind of like an ass saying that, but I'm probably just going to ignore them. Quartzite. Oh, that one has granite. Well, this is going to break. Where do I normally hike? I don't generally hike in the same place twice. There's too many places to hike around here. I live in British Columbia. It's like 80% mountains. That's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of hikes. All right. Fuck. You know what, chat? I'm getting frustrated with this fortress. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not having fun here. Although, we were able to get in and out undetected from the evil necromancer's hideout. So that's good. It took me like way too long to realize that you were referring to the Pacific Northwest. I thought you meant something completely different. I don't know. I don't normally end forts like this, but this one is very much frustrating me right now. There's a lot of little things kind of going on in the background that I find really annoying about this fort. The spawn was really good, and the fight against the zombies was fun. And I could finish building this. I'm kind of losing all inspiration too. So I think I'm going to call it on this fortress. We're making adamantine short swords. We're going to take it to them and win that goddamn fight. I think that this faction is going to be very strong in the near future. Very wealthy little fortress. 68 total dwarves. Almost nice. Lost a lot of dwarves. Many dead troglodytes. I think we're going to call it for this fort. And a furnace operator gets taken by a Fey mood. You know what? Let's see what you make, furnace operator. Let's see what you make. We'll see what the furnace operator makes. And then I think we'll... Oh, never mind. It's a craftsdwarf shop. Never mind. I don't even want to know. Well, if you grab adamantine, we'll stick around. Grab a boulder. Another granite boulder. A gem. Copper. Man. Had the opportunity, dwarf, to make something cool. And you threw it away. You threw it away. Viking funeral? I ain't Viking funeraling this fort. No, we're going to let this fortress live. It's a good fort, man. This fort needs to live. But yeah, chat, I think we're gonna call it on this fort for the day. Because it's been 8.5 hours of stream. And I think it's time that we retire this fortress. This fortress was fun. I think it kind of is starting to suffer from the same problem that some forts that I run into, or that I've done for day forts run into, which is I get too ambitious for my own good. Like, I want to try and complete more than I realistically have time to do in one stream, reasonably. because my brain can like only handle so much DF in one day. It's like I can do like 7 hours straight of forging, which is what we just did. But there's kind of a point where it's like, oh, someone just give Socks real beer, please. So every day I see Socks just typing in crypt beer. It's like, come on, just someone give that man beer, please. Someone please beer Socks. Beer Socks. Sounds like something that like you'd buy for way too much money at the back of a concert venue. Does anybody want to watch a movie? Sort of. Play some Plague Tale. Do a little bit of that for the evening. Because I need to finish that game. I'm like halfway through it, I think. That was a pretty good day for it. I'm satisfied with how that one turned out. Cheers, Vim. Sounds like you spill your drink and it gets in your socks. Beer has been socksed. Wait, socks has been beard. It's good to have you back. Nice badge, Vim. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping streamer pay bills. Beaten to it? I mean, I'm sure there's somebody else around who needs a sub. Like, Spiritual or Blowholio, which is a very good name. Or Absolute. Or